About ready to roll. Yeah, I got all the emails. So thank you, everybody, for coming. And welcome to the July 2nd, 2019, 9 a.m. City Council meeting. Please call the roll.
Deckent?
Here.
Daveline?
Here.
Soldner? Pyrus de Carvalho?
Here.
Inskeep?
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Steve, you so kind to offer a prayer for us today.
Yes. Bow your heads, please. Lord, we thank you for this beautiful summer day. We thank you for the democracy that we live in. We ask your guidance as we have any number of issues to consider. And we ask your continued blessings upon our country, our state, and our city. For all this we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Wonderful. Next item.
Item 4, proclamations.
Perfect. If I could invite the folks from the Ulster project to come in from outside. Come on down. And if you'll go ahead and line up, it's kind of a show. So come on in, welcome, welcome. And
Good morning, good morning.
in years past, it has taken 2 rows, so you might have to stack up, but come on in.
They keep coming.
All right. Now that we're officially all in and on display, appreciate it. Let's see, here we are. Searching for ways to bring peace to Northern Ireland, Church of Ireland canon Kerry Waterstone and his wife Edie initiated a strategy over 40 years ago to introduce young Irish Catholic and Protestant teens to tolerance and understanding before they became involved in the country's long-standing conflict. The plan was to bring the teens together in a neutral place where they could develop friendships without reprisal and witness peers of different faiths and political beliefs living in unity. Whereas Hutchinson was approved to become the 28th host city of the International Peace Project in the year 2000 and is hosting its 20th project this year, and whereas 12 Hutchinson teens, Protestant and Catholic, with an equal division among gender, will host the 13 teens from Portadown, Northern Ireland during the month of July, and several adults will host Northern Irish adult counselors, and whereas the teens will work alongside each other in multiple public service projects for the community of Hutchinson, and whereas the Ulster project will work to strengthen the ecumenical ties of cooperation among the churches of the host community, and whereas members of the Hutchinson community have united in the effort to help usher peace into Northern Ireland by providing cash and product donations, meals, volunteer transportation and labor, planning or recognition, and opening their homes to these guests, both teens and counselors. And whereas the Ulster Project will strive to transform young Christians into leaders and peacemakers. Now, therefore, I, David A. Inskeep, Mayor of the City of Hutchinson, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Ulster Project of Hutchinson Month and encourage all citizens of Hutchinson to recognize the effort. Is there somebody amongst the group that would like to say a few words? Perfect. Come on around. If you would. That's what you get for putting yourself in the back. Feel free to.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sadie, and I'm hosting Abby. And so far, this is the third day, and we've gotten so close, or like so close to each other, I guess that makes sense. And already, I'm like so close to everybody here. It's been like a really good experience, and this is only the third day, so it's just going to get better as we keep going.
Hi everyone, I'm Avi. I'm from Northern Ireland and I'm staying with Sadie and the Pattersons, and I've been made feel so welcome. I want to thank Hutchinson for having us every year, and it's the 20th anniversary, and there's hopefully many more years to come, and I'm so excited for the next 4 weeks to build lifelong friendships with everyone.
Hello everyone, my name's Aidan. I'm from Portadown and I'm staying with Zach for this month. I found out about the project through my sister. She did it 2 years ago and she said it was an unforgettable experience, and even after 3 days I can see it. That's true. It is really a great opportunity to meet lifelong friends, and like you don't really get to meet people from different groups in Portadown, and this has enabled me to meet so many new people. So thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you so much. Enjoy your time while you're here. There's a lot of great things to do. Your host families will guide you to where all the fun and cool stuff is. So enjoy your time. Thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. I know they don't hear, but how about that cool accent, right? Is that not?
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
The second proclamation will be accepted by Rick Staub and with Disability Sports, and Jim Remar and Mimi Meredith. If you'd like, you can join me at the podium here. I neglected to tell the kids, plenty of sunscreen. Hopefully they were guided. All right. Whereas in 1996, Disability Supports of the Great Plains was formed by families to serve the needs of their family members with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and whereas on February 1st, 2002, Disability Supports of the Great Plains became a stakeholder in the Hutchinson community when they assumed control of Hutchinson Heights, and whereas in 2008, Disability Supports of the Great Plains developed an unprecedented and seminal program for those they serve to express themselves artistically while engaging in unlimited entrepreneurial and income-producing opportunities. Whereas in 2010, Disability Supports of the Great Plains opened the Clayworks, a studio and retail store where artists of all abilities can interact with and enrich their community while envisioning, creating, and marketing their creations globally. And on July 15, 2019, a Clayworks studio and retail store will open at 1125 North Main Street in Hutchinson. Recycling and revitalizing a grand building in the heart of downtown while offering an interior architectural design and amenities specifically created to empower and respect the ambitions of individuals with disabilities and to create unlimited connections through a vibrant community gathering place. And whereas the Clayworks programming will include a cooperative arrangement with the Cosmosphere called Cosmoworks to bring interactive science, technology, and art experiences for both the Clayworks and the Cosmosphere participants, the Hutchinson community, as well as participants from around the world. And whereas with everything from rotating art exhibits, guest instructors, community events, and ever-expanding vision of community engagement and enrichment, Clayworks is destined to become a new hub in the heart of Hutchinson. Now, therefore, I, David A. Inskeep, Mayor of the City of Hutchinson, Kansas, do hereby proclaim July 11th and 12th, 2019, Clayworks and Cosmoworks Day in the City of Hutchinson. And if anybody would like to add some words to that, I would really appreciate it.
I would add that Sheila Docia, our vice president and CEO, or COO, I'm the CEO. We wear a lot of hats. Which one are we today? Okay. Is joined us here today as well. It's been, I looked to see how long it took to build the Empire State Building, and I think they got it up faster than we've actually done this, but ours is a little prettier. It's been a labor of love to take this incredible building, the bones of which were just incredible, and turn it into something that I think the community is going to see as really, really special. We're excited to bring this to Hutchinson as it is right now. We have about 150 participating artists in our program between both communities. I'm really excited about the initiative that we have with the Cosmosphere and all of the possibilities that we have for everything associated with the existing space camps, as well as the space camps that we've been working on, adapted the curriculum for people with developmental disabilities. I think the possibilities in the future is just unlimited, and we're pleased and proud to have this in the community of Hutchinson, where we have such great support. So thank you very much.
So we've been watching Rick build the Empire State Building now for a while, and it was an honor when Rick asked the Cosmosphere to be a part of what they were doing at Clayworks. We get a lot of talented kids to our camps and participating in our education programs, and over the past couple of years we've had the opportunity to begin working with some of the population at disability supports and Clayworks, and I will tell you, some of the brightest, most talented individuals you will ever meet are at disability supports and ours at Clayworks. And this is an opportunity for us to expand what we do to help impact the DD population and those who maybe don't have the opportunity to go to space camp or one of our education programs. And so we're just delighted to be able to play a small role in what Disability Supports is doing there on 11th and Main. We're excited to create something probably unprecedented in this country, to develop some programming in conjunction with Clayworks that will be able to serve the DD population all over this country. Hutchinson will be a destination coming to the Clayworks and Cosmoworks facility there at 11th and Main, and we're honored to be a small part of it. So we want to thank Rick and his staff and his team and the city, and we look forward to seeing everybody at the Cosmoworks.
Very good. Very good.
Thanks again very much. Looking very much forward to it. Absolutely. All right. And if I could have Amy Conkling and Justin Combs, please join me up the podium. Thank you. Okay. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs, wow, Jim is tall. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Hutchinson, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to economic and environmental well-being of a community and region, and parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas Parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction, and parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. Whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife, and our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designed July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Hutchinson recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, Now, therefore, I, David A. Inskeep, Mayor of the City of Hutchinson, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Hutchinson.
Good morning. I'm Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. This is the 5th year that I've been here for this proclamation. And my message every year is the same, that we are very fortunate to have the parks that we have in this community. And with the recent master plan that we completed, I think that really just highlighted truly how fortunate we are here. We have some amazing parks. The master plan really pointed out some of the highlights of our parks and facilities, as well as great recreation programming. Also pointed out some areas we can improve. So I'm excited for that plan. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next several years as we kind of dig into the meat of that plan. Again, thank you for the support that the council and really the community at large has shown for parks and recreation. Our parks are widely used. Recreation activities, the numbers are pretty staggering when you break down how many of our residents are participating in our rec program. So, and lastly, I want to thank Hutch Rec. We've had a great partnership the last 5 years. That partnership just continues to grow stronger and stronger. And I'm excited to see where the two organizations can go together in the future. So again, thank you for your support.
Good morning, Amy Conkling, Director of Marketing and Development at Hutch Rec. So I've been at Hutch Rec for 12 years, and when I first started there and I go out in the community and talk about Hutch Rec and all that we had to offer, most people would say, oh, you're more than just sports. And yeah, you'd chuckle and say, yeah, we are. But the last decade or so, when I go out and talk to community groups, they tell me Hutch Rec is everywhere. And I think especially the last 5 years, we really have made it a point to be the community recreation provider for all ages, all abilities. Just as this proclamation states, we do a lot through our adaptive recreation, aquatics, wellness, community events, races, senior recreation, youth and adult sports, enrichment camps. I could go on and on, Dillon Nature Center. So we just are excited to celebrate this month. They do National Parks and Rec Month in July, probably because a lot of parks and recreation agencies, this is their peak month. But we've been joking at Hutch Rec that we've had peak months for probably the last 12 months. So it's a year-round peak month because we are diving into neighborhood development work and arts and humanities work. So all sorts of things that we're diving into, being your recreation provider, and we're proud to do so. I'd like to echo Justin's statements of our partnership with the city. I don't think Hutch residents realize how unique and how fortunate we are to have such a great partnership where we provide the recreation services and the great facilities that the city of Hutch operates. So we appreciate the city of Hutchinson and that great partnership, and we look forward for many years to come. Thank you.
Super.
All right. Next item, please.
Item 5, oral communications from the audience.
Yes, this is the portion of the meeting where we invite individuals from the crowd to come up and address the council. These are limited to items that are not currently on the agenda, so anything that's not listed on the paperwork. Limit your remarks to 5 minutes and announce your name and your address. Do we have any takers?
I'm sorry, I think a lot of people came down to talk about South Main Street. That's on the agenda.
It is on the agenda,
So
absolutely.
none of us can say what we think about this.
No, you'll be invited at that portion of the meeting to do that, absolutely. This is for other items that aren't currently on there. Perfect, good question. Anyone else? Going once, going twice, sold. Okay, next item, please.
Item 6, consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Call the roll, please.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave-Line?
Yes.
Hyros de Carvalho?
Yes.
Inskeep?
Yes. Next item, please.
Item 7A, consider ordinance prohibiting truck traffic on Apple Lane.
Paul Brown, City Attorney. You have before you a proposed ordinance prohibiting truck traffic. It doesn't completely prohibit truck traffic. It prohibits to the level of an excess of 16,000 pounds. That has to do with the bridge that's in the middle of Apple Lane. That's its capacity. And there are some problems with Apple Lane. I think part of it's probably closed right now for resurfacing and some repairs. This was suggested to us by Engineering and Public Works to help with some of the truck traffic that there's quite a bit on that roadway. And it doesn't prevent local deliveries or emergency vehicles, although Chief Beard told us my fire trucks are in excess of that, and even for emergency, I won't be going down Apple Lane. And it adds a section of prohibited truck traffic. If you look at the code, there's several sections just like it. And then the second section just takes the penalty section and moves it down a paragraph. It is unchanged. So that's where we are with Apple Lane, and we'd ask that you approve that ordinance.
I'm just curious as to the enforcement process, how that might work.
Actually, the chief has had folks already out there.
Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Jeff Hooper, Chief of Police. Yeah, and we've had numerous conversations at the city in reference to Apple Lane over concern about the weight limits on that part of, in that stretch of the roadway. I've had my traffic unit out there doing selective enforcement, and for the most part, we've been doing education at this point. You know, trying to get those trucks, those over the weight limit trucks, to utilize another route, U61. We've also done quite a bit of enforcement. As you know, there's excess speed on that section of the roadway. So we're just trying to make that roadway safer. If you pass the ordinance, you know, our intent is to, for a period of time until we feel like everybody's had the opportunity to be educated about the weight limits on that road. We have proper signage posted. We'll continue to issue warnings, but once proper signage is up and we feel like we've educated the community, then we'll start taking enforcement action.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Chief had brought up signage, so that, and I saw it in the ordinance as well. I assume it'll be prior to the bridge. It'll be marked, you know, somewhere on each end, so that they know not to turn on there potentially.
Because the prohibition is from end to end.
And then, yeah, okay.
Really happy to see this. I've had a lot of conversation with the chief and city manager complaints on that area. It's not a designated truck route now, so trucks actually shouldn't be on it. So all we're doing is laying that out a little bit more clearly. I like that we're not going to lay the hammer down and give fines right away. But I do think this will help with the long-term maintenance costs, because that road is getting torn up so frequently because those trucks are on it when they're not supposed to be. And we all know K61 is just right around the bend, and they can go a lot faster. So I'm not sure why so many are cutting through there. But it's just creating a really unsafe environment for that neighborhood. So happy to see this.
Paul, can you give examples of a truck that would be too large versus a truck that would, or maybe the chief, I don't know, but.
I was going to say Chief Beard's fire trucks are too large because of their weight.
I'm not surprised.
Semi, most semis.
Mainly semi.
Depending on the size, yes.
Well, I would move to approve ordinance amending Chapter 23, Motor Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the City of Hutchinson, Kansas, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave-Line?
Yes.
Pyrus de Carvalho?
Yes.
Inskeep?
Yes. Next item, please.
Item 8A, consider South Main Street striping plan.
Perfect, thank you. I know there's a lot of folks, if I might too, before you start, Jeff, thank you. There's a lot of folks here, obviously, for this topic of conversation, which is very encouraging that there's so many people that are interested in the striping project and just the outcome and hopefully the future of the city with regards to that portion of Main Street there. I'll remind you that this is a business meeting, and so if you do have commentary, there will be a portion where I'll ask you to approach. I think we're going to start with a staff presentation, then I'll invite the council to engage with staff if you have some remarks of your own that you'd like to add. At that point, when that's done, I will invite those from the audience that want to come forward and do that as well, and then we can have that conversation that way. I remind everybody we're all in this together. We're all for the ultimate outcome. We want this to be a betterment for the city of Hutchinson, for our businesses, for Main Street, for our residents, so on and so forth. So let's keep it civil if we can, and let's have a good discussion. Jeff, if you don't mind.
Yep. Good morning. Jeff Peterson, Director of Engineering, and I was really just going to do a lead-in, but you did a pretty good one already.
Oh, yeah, well, there you go, right?
So you kind of covered most of the things I was going to cover. per your direction at the last council meeting, we were designated to send out some letters to get input on South Main Street from Avenue C to Cary Park concerning potentially or some striping alternatives. One, leaving it the same, and one, turning it into more like Avenue A, which includes a 3-lane road with 2 bicycle lanes, and then potentially changing that from angle parking to parallel parking. So I know you guys have had some input. I've gotten input from a number of people, and I guess this is the opportunity for the public to make their case, or one way or the other. So if you have any questions, ask away. And
While we have Jeff up here, I might start. Is there anything you have of staff, and we may call him back up depending
That's
on
fine.
what we have or whatever. But anything immediately that you want to ask Jeff?
Jeff, I'm just curious, from the traffic engineering department of the city, what's your current thinking in terms of the striping, and what's your recommendations?
well, my recommendation through this whole process has been keeping more with the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which includes Washington Avenue. That's kind of been my status through this. But that being said, I'm open to input.
The striping to remain.
And the
as it
striping,
is
yeah,
today.
that's right. Striping to remain the same. So is what I recommend.
So that is your recommendation?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Can you provide us the status on the Washington Street Boulevard? I had a lot of people request that, and I thought it
Yeah.
was budgeted for next year.
Yeah, actually, the Washington Street Boulevard, and that one's being administered by KDOT, and that's from 17th to 27th. And it's, right now, it is proposed to be bid, I think, in October
Okay.
this year, with probably construction actually being next year. So,
Yeah,
and
that's
that may move a little bit depending on some of the final details. It might bid in January. I'm not sure exactly yet. So.
But is that going to serve the south side of the community?
Not at this point. At this far, we're just doing from 17th to 27th. Then at some point, we'd have intentions to continue extending it south.
Okay, so right now, what would that look like once that's completed as far as traffic, let's say bike traffic going? If somebody wanted to move south of town on their bicycle, would they tie in, where would they tie in at 17th Street to go?
On Washington Street. I mean, I'm not exactly, maybe I'm not.
So we're
following
not
the
having
question.
I'm saying we're not doing bike lanes south of 17th on Washington? I thought
Not yet. The grant that was approved for this portion from KDOT was only from 17th to 27th.
Okay.
So at this point.
And it's not
But
a
the master-
bike lane.
It's not a
either.
bike lane.
Yeah.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
yeah.
It's just a bike boulevard, which.
Yes, bike boulevard.
It's really just a share the road type
Situation.
Got you.
But
facility.
the master plan shows it all the way down
It
to
does.
Avenue
It
G,
does, but-
and then over to.
But what was approved was that portion, or that's what was.
But that is the long-term plan eventually.
Correct.
Okay.
It is.
The other question I had was just a recap on the complete streets policy we had. When we adopted that, was that to only consider all forms of transportation on a reconstruct or on a restriping?
I'm not exactly sure how that was worded.
It talks about reconstruction, maintenance.
Okay.
So I should have brought a copy of that with me.
And I don't
but-
have a copy with it today.
I got it.
So.
Yeah, it speaks to maintenance and those kinds of things, yeah.
Could find the damn thing.
Jeff, on another subject, back on Main Street itself, tell us about the scope of work currently with Cornell and their time schedule of what they're currently doing and plan to do
Okay.
with the paving and so on.
Right now, as of starting next week, they're going to start what I call, it's the ultra-thin asphalt portion of the project. They're going to begin up on 30th Avenue, essentially from Waldron to K61. Once that's complete, they're planning on moving down to South Main Street, down by Cary Park, and start moving north. That potentially could start as early as late next week or the week after, so like the 15th or maybe just late next week. So they're beginning to start some of the maintenance operations that we have scheduled.
I think you referenced to a thin layer. Are you talking a 2-inch
No, actually,
overlay?
it's just a 5/8 inch.
5/8 inch.
It's similar to actually what's on Avenue A, east of Main Street, and 17th Avenue, east of Main Street. And those have wore pretty well and have done very well for us lately. Those were completed back in 2012 or 2013, and they're still, I think, held up pretty well. And it's mainly for those sections of road in the community that have a pretty good base underneath them. So it's not like your mill and overlay. It's more of a protective coating to protect the existing surface that we already have there and to maintain that long term. So.
What's the lifespan on that ultra thin?
Well, they say 7 to 10 years, but it depends on a lot of things, weather, traffic, and some of those types of things. So.
To answer I found the policy I had underneath, which was adopted October 16, 2012. The purpose of the Complete Streets policy is to use an interdisciplinary approach to incorporate the needs of all users into the design, construction, and maintenance of public and private transportation infrastructure within the city. So maintenance was design, so new stuff, construction, of course, and then maintenance.
Harking back a little bit to Jade's questions about Washington Avenue as a boulevard, bike boulevard, the area south of 17th, especially way south, getting down to about the area that we're looking at here on South Main. Take a quick look into your crystal ball, and how far out in the future do you think that may be?
Well, that's a good question. What we're doing on the North Main is mainly being done because we did submit for a grant and get
money.
alternate funding. So it's an 80-20 split, the city paying 20% of the construction costs. So it's probably has to do partly with budgetary concerns going forward and things like that, and the availability of grant funds potentially. So I don't know that I have a good crystal ball on timing at this point, but that's kind of, there's a number of factors that are involved moving forward to what we do there.
Is it in any of our out years budget-wise?
Yeah, I think, and I can't remember which year it is. I have some monies put forward in the long-term planning of the budget, but I don't remember what.
So it's a good 5+ years out there if everything works right.
It's within 5 years because if it's in
the
next
budget. Okay.
I just don't remember exactly
Okay.
where it got put in. I think 2022 or 2023. I don't remember exactly. But.
And Jeff, I had a few questions about safety in that area. John pulled the accident reports and the traffic counts. I mean, the way I look at it when we're considering things like this, we want to consider, of course, all modes of transportation, safety, park access, but also what's going to spur industry infill development. I had a property owner down there say that they've been complaining about traffic, just like drag racing and things like that in the past. And I was wondering, is there anything we could do calming strategy-wise outside of narrowing the street? I had complaints on both sides about that.
Sure.
So
I think restriping it, it's so wide, I don't know that it would deter drag racing or whatever is happening on that potentially, because it's typically happening at times that it's not very busy. There's that whole corridor in reality has some of the lower accident reports for any corridor in the community.
yeah, I saw that. There haven't been very many.
Most of the accidents aren't really due to striping, or there's other incidents that have come up. Yeah, and I'm the one who kind of put that together for John.
Oh, thank you.
So.
Like the car catching on fire, that didn't have anything to do with
I
striping.
don't think it did. But I just thought it'd be nice for you to know those things instead of just saying what happened along that corridor.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted your
So
your opinion on it. I think long term.
I don't know that changing the striping affects what happens there. Though, if you do look on there, some of it is to where that narrows down. There's a couple accidents that have occurred over time to where that has neck down Avenue D.
Okay, so from like A to C where we've narrowed it, and then it goes from 4 to like 3 to 4. That tends to have more accidents. Is that what you're saying?
It does tend when people are merging together.
So having.
But it's not a lot. It's less than one a year.
Yeah.
Along that portion. So.
Well, I think regardless of what we decide today, we need to work on that issue if it's something that's
some of that probably is maybe an enforcement portion. Other things, I mean, in a perfect world, Main Street wouldn't have been that wide to start out with. So, but that's what we have at this point. So we kind of got to work within the constraints we have.
Mm-hmm.
Good questions.
Anything else of Jeff while we got him up here?
One question on the bike and pedestrian master plan, keeping bike traffic off Main was the goal. Is that still the goal?
I don't know, but that's kind of what I used, because it was completed in 2015, and there was quite a bit of input on that at that time. So it may or may not, it may change over time, you're correct, but that's kind of the instrument I was using as we planned the marking on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Jeff, would you, I know you provided it to us, would you indicate what are the traffic counts on South Main, Avenue A,
Well,
and
I don't
4th
know,
Street?
I don't have the exact,
I have them if you.
okay, and I don't know if I have the exact traffic counts. I believe it's like plus or minus 5,000 per day, vehicles
I thought it
per
was
day.
5,500 or something.
Okay,
Yeah,
it might be.
56.
And that was some information that's provided by KDOT. They do counts, and that was from 2015.
15. Mhm.
So I
And-
believe both of them are similar in traffic counts.
And then Avenue A was about 1,000 higher than that, if I recall, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, it's somewhere close to that.
And
but-
4th, about 4,000 higher, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, there was an avenue, was it 4th and Poplar? That was
Yeah.
nearly 10 grand.
Yeah, 91, 15, yeah.
Yeah, and that may be, I'm not sure which direction that one was,
Okay.
but you're correct.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Was it crossing Poplar or was it crossing 4th Street?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can't remember which one that was, so.
Anything else of Jeff again while we have him up? And not that we won't recall you.
That's okay.
Right?
No, that's fine.
Okay, at this point, I'd invite any of the council members that want to, not obligated to, but want to say a piece before we start the conversation with the general public.
I would like to.
Please,
So I
Steve, go ahead.
appreciate the opportunity.
Uh-huh.
20 to 25 years ago, downtown Main Street was all but gone. Until some person or persons imagined a revitalized downtown and generated ideas, which became a spark or kind of a kicking off of what has grown into today's downtown. Now, it's a work in progress, most definitely, but one which is far stronger and growing today than it was 20 or 25 years ago. 3 weeks ago, I had this idea. An idea which I hoped and thought could offer a spark or a first step towards creating a South Main which was welcoming, appealing, people-friendly, and calling for folks to linger, enjoy, and come back to the area. I wish the idea had come up 6 months or even 6 weeks ago, so that there wasn't felt by some this sense of imminent crisis and too little time to respond. But it didn't come up 6 months or 6 weeks ago. However, it did come in time to pause, take a breath, and consider the possibilities. So here we are. South Main is not downtown Maine, and neither should we want it to be. But as we approach Cary Park or people enter our city over the Frank Hart Bridge, South Main need not be this neglected area to be endured and simply passed through. Rather, my vision is that it becomes revitalized, vibrant, and beckons folks to return rather than race through it. South Main is a major entrance to Cary Park, one of our city's crown jewels. It's also an entrance to our city. And in both cases, what impression is felt and given as one travels South Main? Is it the impression we want people to form in their minds? My initial idea was to retain angle parking. But at last council meeting, it was suggested that it would be better to have parallel parking for the bike lanes. That is accurate. It would be better. But after listening to a number of voices, I'm convinced that angle parking needs to remain. My hope is that the retail activity we see beginning to move further south on Main Street will continue to move further south. Looking at the current businesses or the current business parking needed on South Main at this time, as well as the parking and how it's used further north in the downtown Main area, South Main angle parking, in my opinion, must remain. Although having bike lanes behind angle parked cars is not ideal, it can be workable. There are numerous valid reasons for modifying the lanes of South Main, which I'm certain comments and discussion this morning will bring forth. At this time, I simply wish to explain, I hope clearly, what motivated me to bring forth this idea in the first place. I look forward to this morning's vibrant discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Jade, anything to add before we start the public commentary?
I did have a few things. I really wanted to thank Steve for bringing this up simply because regardless of the outcome, I think it really helped us all put a spotlight on a part of our community that a lot of people have forgotten about, but that contributes a lot. It has been neglected by the city, but despite that, there are thriving businesses that have been down there for decades that a lot of people weren't even aware of until they got letters from them, either for or against this proposal. So I really commend you for bringing it up, and I do share your vision for a revitalized area south of C. I was really leaning one way at the last meeting, which was in support of this. In the last 2 weeks, now I'm not sure what I think, because I've had dozens of conversations and I thought a lot about how I access the park. I've been there with my family 9 times in the last 2 weeks. We do love Cary Park, and I've never once accessed it through Main Street. I always go Maple or Plum, depending on which part of which playground we want to be at. So although that was one of my biggest concerns last time was access to the park, I'm not sure that it's the safest route for children on bikes to go down, regardless of the striping. That's not to say I'm against the striping. I'm really open to hearing everybody's input today, but I want to caution us to not minimize what is already on South Main. Just because it's not retail or it's not restaurant doesn't mean there isn't a lot of industry that has served our community for a long time and that contributes. So I'm interested in hearing from them. And one of the things I've heard from probably close to a dozen business owners is that regardless of the parallel parking or angled parking, the narrowing of the street from 4 to 3 lanes would be what might pose more safety issues with all the truck traffic. Interested in hearing maybe Jeff's thoughts on that. In general, I tend to think that narrow streets are safer and they're good planning and design. But if we're looking at, I'm not sure what our goal is in revitalization. Are we looking to displace all these businesses that are there and replace them with boutiques and shops? Because I'm not sure that's tenable. Are we looking to infill with restaurants down in that area? I mean, I think it's a much larger conversation than restriping, but just really interested in hearing from all sides and appreciate again that you brought it up, Steve, because I think it's a conversation that's needed to be had for a long time.
Thank you, Jade. John, anything? Or
Sure. You know, this is a great democracy, this country. And I think this is a wonderful example of this democracy process. You know, sometimes we sit up here and we have various meetings on major issues, and particularly the budget, and the audience is empty, but this is certainly not the case. And I guess what I want to basically say is that I truly have appreciated and value and respect all of the feedback that each of us have received. I think it reflects that you care, you have a passion for your beliefs, and there's a variety of different opinions on the striping or not the striping. I'm probably one of the most progressive-minded persons, and I think my 40-some years in this community, in community and economic development, reflects that, and I've tried to be consistent with being very progressive. And so I'm certainly not one that is adverse to change and to evaluating as we continually do business. But I guess my point of view, and I want to certainly hear from each of you today, is that I'm going to respect and value the feedback that I have gotten in the positions that you have shared with me, And I think my vote this morning will basically reflect that, I'm one at this particular juncture that would support the continuation of the striping as it currently is today. That's my position, and I'm certainly not adverse to, and I wish this whole process could have begun months earlier, and I think it's a lesson that we've all learned, that a routine striping and overlay and so on was just kind of understood by all of us. But it's more than that today, and so hopefully we'll have an opportunity, and depending on the outcome today, to revisit what South Main ought to look like, and what the desires of these 50-plus businesses that employ hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And I truly respect those businesses, and hopefully I can be a voice for those businesses and how you feel.
Thank you, John. Very good. I'm going to reserve some of my comments till after we've had a bit of the conversation and have a chance to digest some of that. So at this point, then, I'd like to invite, in an orderly fashion, not all at once, right? Please, those that would like to address the council, if you could do so. I might also say we're not going to limit the amount of comments, but there are a lot of individuals that would like to speak to this. So if you could summarize, say your piece, obviously. We need to hear what you have to say, but if you can get to the pertinent points and all that, that would be much appreciated so that we get a chance to hear from every voice. So at this point, I invite anybody to come up. I'll remind you, again, if you will give your name, your address, and then feel free to tell us where you're at. Also, if I can ask those in the audience to be respectful of those that are speaking. No harumphs, no boos, no this, no that, or whatever. I assume we're all better than that. If you do have something to say, then it's best said at the podium. So at this point, please approach, and we'll start the conversation. All at once. Mr. Anderson? He's not scared. No, I'm kidding.
Andy Anderson, 424 Cary Street. When this was brought up at the last meeting, it was mentioned that there was no additional cost to this project by doing the striping. Is there an additional cost? I thought I'd read somewhere it was $18,000.
That was the number. I don't know if we have a complete breakdown of how that's arrived. I know that included, there wouldn't have been the bike symbols and things like that.
That was all the pavement, new pavement marking for the bike lanes that have to be so many feet. You have to have and it's a thermoplastic. So I don't remember that number, but it was right around 15 to 18,000.
18 is what I think.
I just want to clarify that wasn't just, it was put forth as, okay, we can just change it and there's no additional cost. There is an additional cost.
There is.
And if we've got 18,000, do we want to spend it on a bike path, or are there other places to spend 18,000 that's sitting around?
Right. I don't know if that's rhetorical or not, but the 18,000, again, I'm looking at, maybe I'm a glass half full guy, but this is an investment in a part of town that hasn't seen $18,000 from the city in a long time.
Okay.
So
I just wanted to clarify that there
way.
was going to be more additional cost to this.
Perfect. Thank you for addressing that. Next, please. We're a shy bunch. Oh, over here, please. Hello. Again, your name and your address, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you all for having us today. I'm Ruth Bradley. I'm with Tyson Foods. We're at 521 South Main. And we just, again, want to thank you guys. I fully appreciate the spirit of the proposal. We appreciate wanting to make South Main a better place and a nicer area. But our primary concerns are around safety, and I think that you all received a letter from us, and I hope that you had the chance to look that over. We have roughly 10 trucks entering through our loading dock on South Main daily. We'd love to move that loading dock if that was possible. Unfortunately, that's not an option for us. So creating a bike lane that crosses across that loading dock just poses a safety issue for our truck drivers, our team members, and people who bicycle. So that really is our main concern. We want to be a good neighbor. Again, we really do appreciate the spirit of this, but we hope that you can consider alternatives that would be safer for the city of Hutchinson.
And if you will help me, and I appreciate you stepping forward, where are the trucks? I've only ridden by it and driven by it 1,000 times now, but I want to make sure I see what you're seeing. It's access on what would be the south side of your property? Is that right? or is it?
Dock 1 is on the south side, it faces Main Street, but we
It
have
faces
4
the south
docks
side.
around the building.
Okay, okay. East, southeast is what we're talking about here?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
thank you.
I
Yes.
referenced it was on the south side of the building, but it's on the east facing. Okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions while we have them here?
Does that truck dock loading, unloading, does the vehicle currently protrude out into the street in any fashion?
It does currently. Reducing the number of lanes might even increase the disruption that would cause. We hate that currently causes disruption, and again, we cannot move that loading dock, or we would. However, we are afraid that reducing the number of lanes would also increase the disruption that we cause to traffic. We want to be a good neighbor, and we would like to not cause issues for traffic in that area of town.
So currently, I would assume it's the cab of the vehicle probably as you're backed up to the dock.
So what happens
How far
is-
into the street?
So
do you-
what happens is when a truck comes in, you know, shipping may not always be able to get to them right away.
Mhm.
So we have them back in, but they can't back all the way in because we have to break their seal, we have to open their doors.
Mhm.
So there's times that they may protrude into the street.
And what I'm asking is how far? Do they protrude into what would be a parking a parking area, so to speak, or do
They
do
go
they
across
protrude?
they go across the walkway and they can protrude out in the street. They're not gonna block all of the street by no means. And then another thing, if they can't get
So-
to them and there was already a truck in there, we have to have them park somewhere, so it's usually, you know, around the building. But if it's on a busy day, we could have up to 7 or 8 trucks parked around the building waiting to
Mhm.
get into a dock.
So when you've got the vehicle, I mean, is it blocking the, I guess it would be the outside lane of traffic?
It could, yes, it could, it just depends.
How frequently does that happen, that the outside lane of traffic is blocked?
It could happen like we get 10 trucks there a day, depends on if, you know, if shipping can get out to them and get the doors open, get them all the way back in, that's not a big issue. You know, but if they can't, then they're ready for them, but they're just not ready to unload them, they go ahead and have them pulled.
So there are times you're saying where traffic has to change lanes and
Yes.
come around a vehicle?
Yes.
So it's not blocking the inner lane, but there are times where the outer lane is blocked.
But you know, if it's at a busy time, if it's like during rush hour, you know, people trying to get to work and a truck happens to back in, you've got to allow them the time to back into the dock. And I've been on the brunt end of an unhappy driver, you know, just walking into work when we were blocking traffic because they were in a hurry to get to work.
Mhm. So it blocks all traffic, at least one
Sometimes,
direction
yes.
sometimes.
And it can block, you know, it's not for very long, depends on how experienced the driver is too, on backing into a dock.
Yeah. I've been to the lake. I've seen those that can put a boat in the water and those that can't, so I know
Yeah.
exactly. We've all seen that, so yes, absolutely. Those are good questions. And I did pull up the satellite picture on here, and I can see where it's at, and it looks like it's the equivalent of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parking spaces. I think those are 10 foot, so that'd be 80 feet of ramp. And then I don't know the actual size of a truck, but that's, yeah.
It's just
Part
one of our concerns. And I
Sure.
would say, you know, our primary concern is safety with the bike lane, but we also do want to be a good neighbor. So
Yeah.
would appreciate keeping all 4 of those lanes.
Okay. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
input
Thank
today. Next individual. I think I saw Archer standing up.
Thank you again for your thoughtfulness, the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Archer Jarrett, and this is Dave Jarrett, my husband. We own a salon spa company at 306 South Main, right at the corner of C and Main. And I'm relieved to hear your thoughtful comments and considerations of everyone's position on this. You've all spoken very well. I don't know if I can even do more to it other than I'm pleased that we'd like to keep that parallel parking. We have 10 spaces in
You
front
probably
of
mean
or I mean
angle.
parking, excuse me.
Angle.
We like to keep the parking as it is.
Get that on the record? No.
We have 10 spaces in front of our business, and there's another business next to us that's in operation. And we also have lofts upstairs, which are leased out, so we have quite a bit of need for the parking. Our position on the striping for 2 lanes really is insignificant at this point because we are at that block where it merges into 1 lane. There is a bit of confusion. There's a signage right at the
It's right
beginning,
after
the railroad yard. And I even miss it. It's not very prominent. So people do become a little angry when people are either coming together in those lanes or someone is backing out from our business. We did.
It's very dangerous.
The one accident you talked about for the year in that block may have been
Our car.
which was it occurred at like 6 o'clock in the morning where no one was parked except for the residents, and someone came along as though it was parallel parking and ran into our vehicles. So anyway, I just thought I'd mention that sometimes parallel parking isn't always the option.
Certainly not
But
that
we are
morning.
concerned with the safety of there are quite a few people who bike and walk all along South Main. It's wonderful to see the activity. We would like to be, again, good neighbors as well, and consider all the options that continue to help us do business. We just celebrated our 5th anniversary in this location.
Very good.
And we're just really excited to be a part of this part of downtown. And our desire is for beautification of the south part of Maine. We've tried to do a little bit on our own with a grassroots effort when we first moved to the area and started, well, actually before we moved in and started reconstruction on the building. But it does take a group effort, and it's very difficult to do it in small numbers. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
My only concern is when the lanes come into one right in front of our business, because it is very dangerous. I mean, no one's paying attention, and you got 2 cars trying to come in between 2 tracks, which is crazy. And then sometimes there's a train coming, so then they're trying to rush across the tracks to make sure that they don't get hit by the train. So if we can move those before, if we're gonna keep the four lanes, I would like to see that it comes to 1 lane before the railroad tracks, if that makes any sense.
I think I'm following you. So it's not imminent.
Right.
You got to get in right now. That it would come in maybe a little bit before then.
And
Okay.
there is a decent amount of train traffic on the tracks that are
Yeah.
south of us, as well as there has been an increase in the traffic on the north side of the building due to like the flooding and other things like that. But people are impatient about the train traffic, so they like to turn around in some of the lanes that we have in between the tracks to go a different direction.
So
there's a lot of
Archer and
that kind
David,
of
I had a
activity.
question about the merging issue. In your opinion, would it be safer to have that center lane extended all the way, to reduce it all the way down? Or
At least another block, like down to D Street, right? Right?
I mean, would you think that it would be safer, for consistency's sake, to have just 2 lanes and a center lane all the way to Maine? Because then there isn't that merging issue.
You're asking a loaded question of this, Jay.
Well, I mean,
back to how it started. When, if I remember correctly, shortly after we moved our business into that building, the change was made to 1 lane and merged in, and then there was a large lane where it's striped. So it's not really a turning lane or anything. It's just an entrance to the rail part of it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so sometimes people do go around cars into that striped lane to go across the tracks because they're impatient. But I don't know if I would have a good answer for how far out that should be, the consistency of it.
Okay.
And I will add, that was one of the points that I was thinking too. If you want continuity, it narrows down to the 2 with the center stripe, center turning lane, at
like halfway
north
into
of
the
there.
block.
Right, and so it wouldn't lend itself to go from 4 to 2 to 4. That's more confusing to me. I mean, again,
Which is what it does now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more confusing. And I say that it's not that confusing. We're all grown adults. We know how to signal. We know how to do the right things. But that's my point. The continuity is not there currently. This other alternative would lend continuity to it all the way down Main Street to C.
So would there be some other options for a bike lane? If you decided that that's what you wanted to do on Main Street, could we not put them in front of parking like it's done in other cities and other countries? And it just goes along the sidewalk. So you have a sidewalk, a bike lane, and then parking, and then traffic, rather than trying to do it beyond the outside of the parking.
In my opinion, that's much better design. I think the reason we're not having that discussion is because this is so hurried,
Right,
and that would
right.
require a lot more planning and thinking. But in my
And
opinion,
more
that's the
infrastructure
direction.
and cost associated with it. But that was, I think, Steve's initial thought process when he first envisioned
It's certainly how most
conversation.
cycling-friendly communities do it.
Or down the center, if you had a wider center lane, that you could use that for turning as well as the bike lane. But
And I will
again,
add,
that's a little
in my
different.
travels, your parking area is always taken. Yeah, I don't disagree with you there, and that is problematic, and that's what we're trying to have the conversation
Yeah.
to get to the bottom of this. It appears that it's either a yes or no thing, but I think there's maybe some alternatives we haven't discussed yet, and hopefully that'll come
Yes,
up through
absolutely.
conversation to figure out some different things.
Thank you.
both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some folks in the back. And again, if you'll say your name and address and let us know how you feel, thanks.
Hi, I'm Tristina Hurl. This is Brian. We're at 928 South Main. The biggest thing I think that I have or that we have is the parking. Currently, we have 5 parking spaces, so if we would go down to a parallel parking, that would only take us to 2, which most of the time for us as well, our parking spaces tend to be filled as well. So that would take,
Oh,
we
please.
are an auto repair
Thank you.
business, sorry.
No, I just,
Yeah,
I
auto
want to make sure.
repair,
I didn't know
yes.
928, so thank you.
Pearl,
Yeah.
Fab, and Auto Repair
Oh,
is
absolutely.
our
Okay, yeah,
business. And so, there's even times where I would come down to the business to do some of the paperwork or something like that and not actually have a place to park. So I would have to park, elsewhere or whatever. So that's the biggest concern. And some of the things that that Archer and David, is that correct? I've experienced as well, just because of the traffic that I do up and down Main Street, the congestion that's happening during that time at that merge. And then also just as like if I'm backing out, it'd be kind of more of that safety issue, even having a bicycle lane right there, whether it be even just a parallel parking or the angled parking, is that it seems like when we come up, because we're right there on Campbell, and so when people come off of that bridge, Carpenter, sorry. When people come off that bridge, I really have to watch and make sure, because they're coming off that bridge pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And, I can even look and see and think, oh gosh, I'm good to go, and then there's somebody right there, because they're either coming off.
Right when you're starting to back out, they haven't even left the stop sign yet. And by the time you're backed out, they're right there, laying on their horn on your tailgate.
So, I mean, definitely safety's an issue. I mean, I by no means have any concerns with having some type of a bicycle lane. I think it just needs to be a safe place.
Like you guys mentioned, somebody mentioned maybe on the sidewalk. I mean, we got all new smooth entrances in there with all the handicapped accessible now. I mean, it's pretty smooth. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. I mean, there's not many people coming out or on the sidewalk at that part of town. So,
And that's a valid point. I think everything I read says that there's bicycling is not allowed or illegal on the the business district, which is designated north of there. So I guess it is allowed. Is that appropriate, Paul? Am I getting that right down there? Allowed's maybe not the right word, but it's
It
not.
is prohibited in the business district.
Okay.
I mean, people
And
do
where
it
does that
anyway, though.
business district extend? It's not defined.
I'm sure it's defined. I'm not sure how far south it goes.
Okay.
I don't think it goes that far south.
Okay, well, and even that can be corrected with a pen. So
as
we.
for the putting a bicycle lane behind parking, I have daily deliveries, and they would end up have to park right over that.
I see what you're
Because
saying.
everybody chooses not to park on Campbell, because that is so busy and so narrow. All my delivery people always park on Main Street,
Gotcha.
because that, like I said, narrowing that bottleneck in that corner right there on Carpenter, which they just did. I mean, it's cut down some, but it's very dangerous anyway. Somebody parks on Campbell, I cannot. I mean, everybody's got to stop and let one car through if there's a delivery truck sitting there, so.
On Campbell or Carpenter?
Carpenter. I see
Carpenter.
You got me saying
Sorry.
Campbell.
Okay, I heard that too, and I was like, I moved you up a block again.
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
Is that the old Wagner
Yes,
Auto Repair
that's-
place?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Lanny's here.
Old
Oh,
building.
Lanny's back there, yeah.
And then, like I said, that would eliminate only 2 parking places for me and him if we did the parallel parking there. So like I said, daily, there I got 5 parking spaces, and daily, they're filled at one point in time during the day.
Perfect.
Customers coming and going, so.
I could vouch for that too, now that I know where you guys are
Yes.
located. I've driven it,
And
seen
like I
it,
said,
and
I
yeah.
don't like people parking on Carpenter because of the history that Lanny has told me about, people flying around the corner and constant wrecks on there because that road's so narrow, so. As for change, I'm good with change.
Right.
When
Keep
everything,
the
just
angle parking.
keeping angle parking is more our consideration.
Is your consideration.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you both for
Yep,
taking a
thank
moment.
you.
Appreciate it. Next, please, if you would. Sir?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name's Joseph Reed. I own the building I own the lot at 601 and the building at 603 South Main. I purchased my building mainly because I came back from the military and I wanted family, be around family. And I wanted to purchase one of the old buildings on South Main. I think they're cool. I just liked them, fell in love with them. And I use it for storage for my personal stuff. I have show cars and do a lot of work on that kind of stuff. It's all personal. But I purchased this building as an asset. That asset would be someday to make it into a business if I choose so. I don't want to take away that business, that part of the asset. So I want to maintain our parking. I want to maintain the angle parking. I don't want to go from 6 spaces to 2. I've noticed that with Tyson's being across the street from me to the north, that when their trucks are backed in there are a lot of near collisions. It is a very bad part of it, but there's no way that can be changed. There's no way I can see that ever changing. My parents and different people that in my family had worked at Winchester's, that has been there forever.
Sure.
In that same situation, but we've made it work. Tyson's has placed people out there on the road to help traffic go around. But when they're out there, when they first back up, their first lane, the outside lane is blocked. So people are approaching that and trying to change traffic along with that intersection at F and Main. So that is a very congested area. We also have the Knight's Liquor Store across the street. They have a delivery truck that takes up a lane. So again, we keep knocking this down to 1 lane and it gets crazy. South Main is a drag strip sometimes. I was a kid, I was born and raised here. I know that from F Street to the park is a game. The funny thing was you had to get into the park entrance before the other guy. So, it's either you pushed the gas or you backed off. Anyway, I don't see where taking this to a bike lane. I don't see that traffic to put in for that. I don't think it's safe for bicyclists down in that section of town. As for your walkers, I don't get that many people by my shop at all. I mean, I don't know how many people you guys think that come down there, but it's not a walk in the park type thing. The businesses that are there are a lot of places that are like me. They purchase these old buildings for storage to do their own stuff out of. And I just don't see how taking this to 1 lane and adding a bicycle lane to an area that don't really use it, I think it's overkill. So as for my opinion, I want to stay with option 1. I think it's good for business, for Hutchinson to clean up the area. But I painted my front door on my building, and I was notified by the property tax people that my top property tax is going up. I painted my door. So if the city of Hutchinson really wants us to improve our properties, then quit taxing us like crazy every time we do. So if you want us to improve, then give us that incentive to improve the downtown. And I know that a lot of the businesses here, some that aren't here to represent themselves, would agree with me that we try really hard to make sure our areas stay maintained. But if we do anything to improve how that area looks, then our everything's jacked up. It gets to the point where you can't afford to own a business. And I think that a lot of people like myself have actually greatly improved South Main by doing what we do. And I'm asking for your support and maybe looking at an option to provide incentive for us to clean up and fix up or whatever, paint, to improve that. And I think that will improve business.
Thank you. And those are great points. And I'm not trying to push blame, but I'm gonna. That's the county. That's the assessor.
Taxes are taxes.
Right. No.
I'm the one paying.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're
we're the
taxing me.
recipient of them, but they're the ones that
Point
set the
is
assessment.
that every time
Yeah.
we go to improve something,
Right.
to make that area downtown more,
Right.
not really accessible, but more feasible, more just to be able to come down there. I grew up in the time when Bob's Dixie Dip was just across from Steppens Auto. You know, everybody went there. I mean, you wanted the best ice cream, you went to south end of town. A lot of the north end people, well, you know, it was worth the ice cream, and it was great. So I just think there's a different alternative, and like I said, I'm all for option one. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, I did want to, before you sit down, I did want to make you aware of our neighborhood revitalization program tax credit. So anytime you do improve your properties, you actually you can write your taxes don't actually go up; they go up
Incrementally, and I think
any
you can defer
incremental
that or something,
improvement in your property that leads to more taxes. There's a 10-year abatement.
Right. And that's to help foster exactly that, to get folks to invest in upkeep and upgrade or whatever, and not bear the burden, because you're right, it disincentivizes you, I guess, is the wording.
And when you do that, then you also have restrictions on your building being of that age. You have restoration. I mean, you just can't go in and restore your building.
Oh, there are some historical
Yes, there are.
groups. I'm not sure.
Yes, they
if
are.
yours
And that
is.
does, like I said, if you really want to look into it and you really want to find out, because I have, and everything was jacking the cost up to the point where this is what I do for a living. I'm 57 years old. I retired from the military. I mean, I've only got 3 more years before I retire again, and this is my playpen. And I just recently got told by my insurance company that I have to quit Tyson's from parking on my empty lot down there. And there's anywhere from 12 to 15 cars on there on a daily basis. But I have to stop them from doing that because of liability insurance costs. So that is also going to affect Tyson's when that happens. So
The lot you're referring to is, again, that's at the corner of F and Main on the south side. That's your property, that lot. Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the Tyson vehicles. You spoke to it a little bit. So there are times when the cab of the tractor trailer is somewhat into that lane, or just pretty much blocking the entire lane.
if a truck is even a foot into the lane, you're going to cause that traffic lane to deviate to the inboard lane.
How is that? Is it normally a foot or 2 or 3, or what? How far is it usually?
I've seen the entire truck back in, and you've got some drivers that, like you said, David, can put a boat in the water, and there's some that can't. And I mean, that when you put it in a Cheney Lake, there's 80 feet to move into, and down there's not. There's probably maybe 25 feet. So some truck drivers are better, some not. So backing in there can be a time-consuming ordeal. But every time that I have seen the near misses, and you're right, the traffic down there is for accidents. I don't see it. Now I do agree with Earl Fab that there are a lot of issues with when people come off that bridge. You look left, you look right, you look left, and as you make your turn, you've got some people that are in the inboard lane, but yet they turn to go to South Hutch. So you're constantly waiting, and then when you do get the chance, there's somebody at Carpenter, there's somebody at Main turning onto Carpenter. It gets very congested, is a better word. So when you turn out there, that lane is very bad. But when you've got trucks for the liquor store parked across the way, they knock out that whole outboard lane, forcing everybody to go to one lane. So the safety issues, and I don't know how you're going to put bicyclists going around when they're trying to back up trucks, and and that sort. And like I said, I don't see it. I don't see the bicycles. I like the idea that you had where we share the lane, we share the road, and we make the outboard lane something where, you know, because usually when you come up onto a bicyclist, you slow down, you wait, you change traffic, you go around, and then you get back in. That's, to me, that's a better issue or safer issue than putting bike lanes down there in Southport of Maine. So
I actually had a
like I
couple
said,
of commuter cyclists who told me that same thing, that they'd prefer to keep the whole lane open for them instead of the bike lane.
Courtesy of the
Did
road.
want to say I appreciated your comments on looking at ways that we can incentivize people to fix up their properties down there. I think we definitely need to do that. We have a group committed to looking at how to ease some of the regulations, help people, and some of the restrictions you have on fixing up your building. So we're looking into that. It's a slow process, but we'll be sure to get input from those owners.
And I also looked into the, you know, to doing some different things, making it to be, to me, more of a place, of a hangout type of deal. I looked at putting a restaurant down there, a hamburger shop. I think it would do real well down there. But once you get through all the red tape and all the headaches, it isn't worth it. It isn't worth it. With the lane being on a corner, going across, just the way it was set up, it was going to be difficult for me, so that idea went out the door. But having them come in and tell me that I couldn't do certain things to my building because that wasn't original, you know, you just kind of go, wait a minute, I own the building.
Yeah.
And you're telling me what I can and can't do to my building, but yet if I fix it up, you're going to charge me more. But if I let it run down, then you call this, what'd you call it, an eyesight or?
I use the word neglected.
Huh?
I use the word neglected.
Neglected, yes. You know, and that really just kind of teased me off when someone says, well, your area is neglected. Well, what is my options? It sure ain't to put money into it, because then everything just goes up to the point where I can't afford it.
Well,
like I said, this is my passion, and this is something I do. Working on my old cars and doing that stuff is something I do on the side.
Mr. Reed, I think we've neglected the area. I wouldn't say that, not that property owners don't have a part in that, but I think in general, we have a limited amount of resources and we've chose to invest it in different areas, and that area I think has been long neglected. The curb cuts look amazing. I'm glad that we were able to fix those, but yeah, apologies if you took that personally. It's definitely.
Well, I've asked this question: what does the city do for me? If I'm paying my taxes and I'm doing my part, what is the city doing? I can't even get the city to bring the street sweeper down there. I mean, when you drive down a road and you see weeds and grass growing up on that side, and this is in just within a couple of days or a week. And you wonder, well, where's all that stuff coming from? Well, the rains, the waters wash all that down, but it's not getting cleaned up at all. We have, our entire street was flooded. I don't know what happened. There was just issues. But it just seems like for a neglected area, I think we are neglected. And I feel we're neglected by the city. And I would like to hopefully come up with some issues, come up with some options, some opportunities to improve that area. But let's do it without causing people to have to sell their shops or sell their buildings because they can't afford it. So if we can keep it down, but like I said, I am all for option one. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, I think you brought up some very good points in terms of the neglect, and I think we all concur that the South Main is it's a tired area somewhat. I'd like to ask Jim Seitner, Jim, if you don't mind, to come up and share with us, if you can, what might be in the next future years in terms of the continuation of our streetscape program as it relates to what we know today and the millions and millions and millions of dollars that as a city we put into Main Street after 2001, the explosion, and what might be the plan in the future for South Main, if any, Jim?
Well, in the original streetscape plan, it was always our goal to go to Cary Park. A lot of what we heard this morning about the access and the speed coming off the Frank Hart and all that, the goal of the landscape folks and streetscape folks at the time was to change the whole entrance to Cary Park, make it more of a rotary roundabout type of a thing as a turnaround for those, and the area coming off the bridge, which would really be cool. And there was a lot of talk back then about going to 2 lanes, but the concept was entirely different because their goal was to build a boulevard down the middle of trees and things to visually pull Cary Park closer to the downtown area visually because it's such a great asset and there's so much going on. And we're talking 20 years ago, so Cary Park is fantastic compared to where it was 20 years ago. But it's like everything
else.
And all the challenges we have,
the challenges we have.
taken us this long to just complete to 5th Street. We still have a couple more blocks to the north, and then the long stretch. We're cursed or blessed with a super long Main Street and lots of good business and lots of good industry all up and down Main Street. And so it's very tough to we need the bomber with billions of dollars falling on top of us to complete what all we could do. But testament to our history, that area was the first vibrant business district in Hutchinson, and it had everything from dairies to Coke bottling at one time, Coca-Cola plant there. So a lot of industry and a lot of things over the years. Midwest Iron has been there a long, long time. And it creates a whole different dynamic because you do have things that happen there that are unusual to other parts of Main Street. So that's why the idea of the districts came into play, because each area of downtown is a little bit different than another area. So to paint it with one broad stroke doesn't work because there's just different uses, different things going on. And you'll see forklifts and things like that as part of the traffic pattern down there on South Main because the businesses use those as, part of everyday operations. So, but the idea was always that our streetscape would, connect Main Street from the north to the south. And thanks to you and a few other councils and things like that, we've been able to accomplish a lot of that. But we still have holes in the middle.
Holes in the middle in the end. Okay.
So it's the challenge of the economics of making it all happen. But the outcry from the original streetscape was 2 lanes wouldn't work in that area. And I'm not sure today if that's changed that much as I believe in things like road diet and things like that. In the current situation and in the time of this particular maintenance, I don't see the area transforming or changing in that 8 to 10 year span. Hopefully the next decade maybe things would be different and we'd have all kinds of uses. There's great spaces there. There's a triangle piece of property that runs from basically kind of south of Tyson all along the dike that would be outstanding space to develop outdoor recreation or do different things. So there's tons, like so much of downtown and Hutchinson, there's so many opportunities and so many potential things you can do, but it takes
resources.
Sure. And it's interesting that you bring up that the original vision was a 2-lane, and again, this is not a 2-lane that we're contemplating. We're contemplating a 3-lane. With the center turn lane being one of those, so that is a different animal, so to speak. Than
it was an entirely different concept because it was designed to visually pull it that much closer.
I could see it. It looks pretty, but I'm with you. How do you get a forklift to go around the tree?
Yeah.
So but with the turn lane, that's not going to be an issue.
And even maintenance ideas like snow removal or pushing things or whatever. It's just. That area is just a mix of uses that are more industrial-like or heavy commercial-like than they are retail or boutique or different types of uses. So,
thanks, Jim, for sharing that.
Appreciate
Thank you, Jim.
Others, please. Sir.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Justin Fields. I'm at 828 South Main. Brian, am I on Campbell or Carpenter? I'm the one on Campbell. I own a business there, J. Fields Enterprises. Doesn't look like much goes on there, but a lot does. My aircraft customers come in from all over the United States. I do refinish work. Most of it out at the airport. If I can get it off the airplane, I bring it to the shop. I disassemble aircraft, bring it to the shop and paint it, but to the unassuming motorists driving by, they think nothing goes on there. I'm against the parking change. Doesn't really affect my shop. We would lose one space out front. I own the unit block, the north side of the unit block behind me, so I have plenty of parking. One of my concerns is future use of properties if this change is made. Say somebody approaches somebody to purchase a building, say Skinner's old building, for the square footage, and they have an idea and a plan to put a business in there. Okay, well, the hoops you got to jump through now to get into personal or commercial property with the occupancy permits and all this stuff. The first thing that they're asked when you go in something like that is, how much parking do you have? I'd hate to see, if we change this, deter a future use of a property on South Main. And speaking to that of Joe with wanting to put a hamburger shack in, we do have a new restaurant in the area at 908 South Main.
Yeah.
And he's done jumping through all the hoops and everything. He's open and he's doing a good business. He's not here today. He's in Mexico.
Oh.
And you pretty much kill his walk-in trade if you go to parallel parking. That would probably cut him down to one space in front of his restaurant. And
Remind me where he's located. I know it, but I'm trying to visualize
908, it's halfway between Campbell and Carpenter on the east side.
Campbell and Carpenter on the east side.
Started out in a little camping trailer.
That's right.
Yeah.
And
There it is.
Neat place.
Yeah.
Other than that, my mind, if we've got $18,000 burning a hole in our pocket to spend on stickers on the street, why couldn't we maybe fix some of the curbing down there? I'm not saying replace all of it, but in front of my building, I addressed this with Mr. Razzo way back when the streetscape thing was first getting started, back when we first bought that building. And we replaced the sidewalks on the south side of the building because they were pretty much, we purchased the building from Midwest Iron. Charlotte Geller owned the property. And the forklifts had pretty much destroyed the sidewalk on the south side of the building. So we took care of that, and I went to where you get your permits to replace part of the sidewalk out front. I think that was the first Memorial weekend after we owned the building. And I mentioned then to Mr. Razzo that, you know, the curb's twisted and cocked up. It's actually a trip hazard in front of the building. And that I wanted to hold off on replacing that sidewalk because of streetscape stuff. And he agreed, yeah, that's a good idea. Well, that still hasn't happened. But you ride up and down the street and look at some of our curbing down there. There's a lot of trip hazards. And as far as, like I say, this money to restripe it, I think we could use it for things to benefit everybody. Pedestrians, the motoring public, bicyclists. Use that money wisely in other areas. Also, the parallel parking, if you go to that, how are you going to accommodate handicapped vans that have a side-loading wheelchair lift? You know, that needs to be considered. And well, and then another thing, while we're talking about between A and C, why couldn't we just make that 4-line like the rest of Main Street? Go back to the way it was. That would stop the, I'm a lot of times in the right lane going where it congests down, and I get told a lot of times I'm number one. When I'm maintaining my lane and somebody's diving in trying to, as they say in dirt track racing, give me a wheel at the end of the corner.
Right.
I don't lift, you know. And same way coming south. You know, they don't read the two signs on top of the bridge that they're supposed to merge. Merge means merge, not run over the guy in the left lane and then tell him he's number one. And quite frankly, if I was a bicyclist, that'd be the 2 blocks in town I'd be the most concerned about. I don't like driving my car through there. I darn sure wouldn't ride a bicycle down through there. with the traffic that goes in and out of the businesses down there. It's probably the two busiest blocks in town for people pulling in and out of parking. We choke it down to one lane going each way. So, I think that's about all I've got. Well, another consideration, with what's gonna eventually go on with the Woody seat, something's gonna have to be done about the two bridges. We need to keep in mind that that's not gonna be a 2-week deal to fix that down there.
Right.
So everything that goes over that's gonna have to come up Main Street. And you choke that down to one lane going each way, that's just gonna be a mess. It's gonna be a mess with 4 lanes. But we've had that happen before when they've worked on them, and we deal with it down there. So,
All right. Valid points. Thank you.
other than leaving it the way it is, I think that's about all I've got.
Okay.
Rest of my writing, I can't read.
I can identify with that.
Yeah. And I commend you, sir. I know you were a little anxious to get up there and talk about it. I think you did a fine job and represented yourself well, so thank you.
Hi, my
Next,
name is
please.
Sheila Martin. I'm a North Main person who has been through attempts at changes. I own a business at 2405. The city came to me and said, we're going to make you 2-lane. It's going to be wonderful. We did a petition drive with thousands of people that did not want to do this, and it did not pass. So they still said, well, you're not going to lose parking, but we're still going to change a few things. Every place that has had cityscapes or changes made, you lose 4 to 10 parking places per block. And the flowers are beautiful. But everywhere there's flowers, you've lost 2 parking places on the end of a block. And this is about small business. I think this is about business, small business, the property owners. Or maybe it's not about, maybe it's just about being beautiful. Maybe it's about bicyclists being seen on Main Street. We do have alleys behind Main Street that don't have people backing out that bicyclists can ride on. Why couldn't they do that? And the point he made about, can we have a discussion about making in front of Smith's Market back 2 lanes each way? It'd be easier to go 2 lanes, you know, or 4 lanes on 2 blocks than 9 lanes going to 2 blocks, or 9 blocks going to 2 lanes.
And that definitely is could play into it or whatever, but that's a discussion, a different discussion. Right now, we're looking at from C south.
Okay, because I have a hard time getting into Smith's Market, and I think it's the greatest store in town.
It is a fine store. You're not wrong in that respect.
The people that built this town years ago, they built this beautiful wide Main Street, expecting future generations to take care of it. And when I moved here, I fell in love with this town because of that beautiful wide Main Street, tree-lined. And now I'm being told that in the perfect world, it would only be a 2-lane. But it was beautiful when I got here, and it was 4 lanes. And I think we could keep it that way. When you can't get a parking place, when you're waiting for somebody to back out of Smith's Market, people just stop, right? And then you finally give up because you think somebody's coming out, and so you turn the Salvation Army into your turnaround lane. And maybe we should be paying them extra for that. The only other thing, I always mispronounce it, Corneyholes.
Cornejo.
Oh, those guys, yeah.
Those guys.
When they came on North Main Street, they had the real slick guy in the suit with the tie come up. If there's any damage to your property, we'll fix it. So they came and they ripped out my sidewalk. They left for 3 months. It started to rain. I had a lake in front of my business, which went under my business, destroyed the sidewalk. And then when we finally, all the business up there got together and had a meeting, then all of a sudden, it was raining these working guys. They all showed up to work, and they started getting stuff buttoned up. They got my sidewalk redone. They did the new curb. I wish you would drive by 2405 North Main and look at the chunks of the curb falling off. 3 years old. The sidewalk now, it's an inch higher. This part's dropped, this is higher. I spent $2,000 a year before this project. I had a perfect sidewalk. When somebody trips, the city paid for this. When somebody trips and breaks their leg or their arm, I would like it said that I am not going to be responsible.
I appreciate your input on that, and I've made notes of it as well. But again, the topic of conversation we're trying to address is the C Street South.
Right, and I
Is-
see the same people down there working that said they weren't gonna take away parking. They will take away parking, trust me. So, thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate your address. Oh, I apologize, yes. In the interest of keeping things moving, but also so we can have our full attention, let's take a 5-minute break. That'll take us up to 10:37, to resume at 10:37.
nice to be at the end of the agenda.
Hourly billing to go to the audit. We're live? We are. Wonderful. We ran just a little bit past, and we are actually missing one council member, but in the interest of keeping the process going, and she'll be with us shortly, we're going to go ahead and resume. I would ask for those of us, and we've lightened up a little bit, we thinned a little bit, feel free to obviously express yourselves. We've hit on quite a few topics. Parking being one, the safety issues and all that. So I'm not discouraging you from bringing those topics of conversation up. But if it's not something new or lends more to it, please hit upon it, but then maybe move on to another point that you have to make, just in the interest of getting more people the opportunity to speak. So with that saying, the meeting's back in session. Can I ask somebody else who would like to speak? Ma'am, speak to the council. And again, if you'll say your name and your address, we'd appreciate it.
My name is Sherry Bosley, and I live at 1130 East Avenue C. And I wanted to speak to you about the bicycling on South Main, on North Main from 6th Street South. There is a lot of danger that lurks on our sidewalks in front of our downtown businesses. And they're called bicycles. And they come flying down those sidewalks 20 plus miles an hour. You can't see them when you walk out of a store, nor are you expecting that, because bicycles were supposed to be against the law on the city sidewalks. Well, we went through, we're gonna provide bikes for everybody. Well, we saw what that did. And you know, it's really dangerous when I can recall walking out of Midwest Feed with a walker after I was in a car accident and almost getting knocked down by a bicyclist. And I think we need to, you know, take care of our businesses and things downtown and prevent some of this kind of stuff from happening. Another incident of something that I'm sure several people have seen around B in Maine and on that sidewalk is that little red electric car or wheelchair or whatever he is. It's almost the size of a smart car, and he flies down those sidewalks. And I've always wondered what happened to him. I haven't seen him lately.
Okay.
But you know, that's another danger that we have.
Right.
In our business.
And you bring up a valid point, and I would agree with you. I don't think the sidewalks are necessarily a place for bicycles. I've always been raised that, yeah, you operate as a vehicle, and you operate under the same constraints as a vehicle. You should be in the roadway. Actually, I think the law dictates that you should not be on the sidewalks in most instances. We know within our business district, and that you should be in the road, and you're entitled to a lane, no more than 2 abreast. And then you should, although if offered a bike lane, that you should take that alternative. That's the way the law reads. Those sidewalks are not currently a bike lane, so I would agree with you. I would argue they shouldn't be up there doing that.
That's a hazard of downtown.
Wonderful. Thank you for taking a minute. Appreciate it. Next, please. Sarah. How are you?
Sarah Bagwell at 803 West 22nd. There's been a lot of good topics covered here today. I think, you know, with the safety, parking, availability, but the one thing that I would like to bring up is the fact that I just don't think there was enough time. We can't just slap something together real quick and call it good. I think we should leave it up to the recommendations of the people in charge of the area as far as planning. And really, we gotta say I like what you brought up. What's our envision for down there? There's mostly industrial, but probably benefit from the 4 lanes. And if you're doing this to an area that that doesn't necessarily need it. So I would challenge you to think, what are your envisions and why do you see the purpose for this? I'm asking Deshaun.
To make it a combination of good, strong business opportunity while also balancing that with a quality of life and a walkability and a bikeability. So that, and I think all of city life is a balance. It's neither 100% this way or 100% that way. Now, do I purport to have the ideas and the grand plan? No. There are folks that are much more adept at that than I. But to achieve a space that works for both business growth and people to inhabit and utilize.
I know that they did with the boulevard for Washington and all that, and they examined all the road widths, availability, truck routes, which that area was listed on that. I went through most of reading all the pages to that. And with it being a truck route, they did not recommend that area have bike lanes, and that there'd be more boulevard, street sharing. They did put in some areas, but we can't even complete that. And just to say, oh, by the way, let's just hurry up and put this in because we can right now without a complete thought, I would advise greatly against. And I would say to you, your idea is perfectly fine to have ideas, but sometimes when faced with new facts, it's stronger to change your mind knowing it is the right thing to do versus staying with your pride and keeping with an idea that is your own. I think with everything that everybody has presented today, that going with staying and putting that staying with the original striping and taking that commitment of making that place better by applying the new roads, what is it, they say 1/8 down there, making them look, and we have great businesses down there that employ good jobs for people at good wages. And it's just not that type of area that I don't think benefits from this. And sometimes it is a stronger person who can see change and change your idea based off of new information that you might not have considered when you first originally thought about the idea. And so I really strongly suggest that you take everything in and decide on this, not based off your first initial response, but how do you feel right now? And maybe there might have been something that changed your mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things that has been brought up is the timeliness of the matter. And with regards to this specific project, of course, it was, and Steve alluded to this in his opening remarks, so to speak, as well, that wish we would have identified it earlier, so on and so forth. But I take a bit of exception to the timeliness as well, because I've got studies that go back years, decades, that have been talking about viewing these things in this way. There's comprehensive plans that have been initiated in the past several years, bike master plans that have been initiated. So the conversations have been had. We have had those conversations, not specific to this particular chunk of asphalt that we're referring to today, but in general, there has been a lot of information risen up, and we'll continue to peel back the onions of the layers and see what we got. So. Thank you for your points as well, though, Sarah. Thank you. Sir.
Jackson Swear, 103 West 22nd. So I really, I appreciated the comments of the previous speaker about thinking about looking at the facts of the matter and maybe considering those as we move forward. When I stood up 2 weeks ago to speak to this, I hadn't really spent much time delving into the facts behind narrowing the street. I had a sort of a loose idea that it would be good to consider our complete streets policy and think about our bike pit master plan and the parks and recreation plan. And then just sort of generally said that we should listen to the business owners and think about what they have to say. And then we have these two proposals, option 1 and option 2. And so I think that it's clear that my gut reaction would have been like all the way option 2, parallel parking, I love bike lanes. That sounds like a great thing to me. And I've heard a lot of excellent reasons today why we can't get away from the angle parking. It's just going to take away too much of the parking from the people in the area. And I've also, however, heard a concern raised about the impact of narrowing the street on the business. And here I think there might be some facts that we ought to consider. I know I sent out to all of you an AARP fact sheet, which has a lot of other supporting evidence and data behind it. And one of the myths about narrowing streets listed in the fact sheet is that these road diets are bad for business. And I think that the truth is that slowing down business and encouraging people to walk and bike through a space does encourage business in these areas. And if we want more economic revitalization in this district, then we need to change the way that things look in the status quo. Now, is the change proposed in option 2 really the best thing for business and the best way to move forward? Probably not. But do I think that there is some sort of compromise position to be found here that is good for business, that does narrow the street, that gives that center turn lane, giving people an easier opportunity to turn left into businesses, that slows down traffic so that people can see what's there, that encourages walking and biking in the area? Absolutely. Now, we've also heard some talk about bike lanes, and I'm definitely somebody who supports bike lanes, but I think that we've heard a lot of reasonable arguments against putting a bike lane in the area in terms of safety for the cyclists. Is there really enough room for this? I'm in favor in general of the original proposal that Steve had to keep the angle parking and keep it on the inside closer to the sidewalks, but understand that there's no way we can do that. And one final point that I wanted to raise relates to the cost question that I think the very first speaker raised for us. Yeah. And I do think if my understanding of the situation is correct, the additional cost that would be incurred from the restriping is largely due to putting in the bike lanes and the need to put in the stamps for the bicycles. So there might be an opportunity here to restripe the area to narrow the number of lanes that wouldn't incur any or very much additional cost if you forego the bike lanes. So just wanted to throw those ideas out there, call your attention back again to the fact sheet and some of the evidence and the data that's been presented to you.
So Jackson, your suggestion is that narrowing the street would still be of benefit, but perhaps maintaining angled parking and eliminating the proposal for bike lanes.
I think that is the next most logical incremental step towards revitalization in that area at this time. And I guess I would be remiss if I didn't call your attention back to a letter that you received from Young Professionals a couple of weeks ago, calling for paying attention to the Parks and Rec Master Plan, thinking about these sorts of vitality issues, and that the city showing that it is willing to take these things into consideration and making these changes is important for attracting and retaining young talent. Now, that doesn't mean that we need to go all the way to one lane each way and bike lanes and trees in the middle of the street like immediately. That probably doesn't make sense given where we are now and where we're likely to be in the next 10 years. But can we take one incremental step in the right direction toward the revitalization of that area in a way that doesn't significantly harm business in the area and might attract more businesses into that area as well?
Valid, thank you. That's
very well put, a nice compromise, if you will, versus, like you said, the ones that are all in or whatever. The parking piece is one I've struggled with. I know others have as well, and I don't know that we've addressed that yet. I've been making my notes of what keeps recurring in conversation that keeps coming back, and parking obviously is one of those. Also the safety factor and so on and so forth. But it's interesting to see somebody who is an advocate for what was considered option 2, willing to back off that a little bit or whatever and see what other alternatives there are. I did read the documentation that you sent me, and I appreciate that. And that was, like you said, from a reputable source. It's AARP, and so it did have some good information into it. And obviously, it was well thought out and funded and backed by information from the Federal Highway Administration, Safe Routes to School, Highway Safety Information, so on and so forth. These are all, fact-based groups, so there's legitimacy to it as well.
While you're here, Jackson,
Yeah.
and I read this report here, looking at the big picture a little bit, not necessarily just the oversimplification of striping as is or not. But there were some pretty poignant points here that I want to just summarize there. It says, when advocating and planning for road diets, try the following. Engage the public.
Which you think you're doing.
We're certainly started that process. Embrace a public process and build support. Prior to this, these folks down on South Main Street were just left in shock of what was being proposed, and it's going to happen now. So I think we're trying to slow this thing down a little bit. Thirdly, start with a pilot project. Consider launching a pilot road diet in an area that has light traffic, and they talk about locating a pilot project with no more than 15,000 vehicles a day. Document the change, utilize clear signs, and design it well. I think these are all valid points to maybe the bigger picture as we look at South Main Street as we go forward. I'm not suggesting we delay this. I'm not an advocate of option 2. I'm strong on option 1 because we've got some immediacies before us. But I think this may be the springboard for something greater in terms of a broader thinking of finally addressing as a community with public support and involvement from those businesses and residences down there. I can go back years ago when we had the Lincoln School Project and all of that of moving Midwest Iron out of where it is today. And we got some things done, we got some fencing there, we improved the environment and so on, but it was all because of the public support and the rallying cry of there's a need. So I bring that and I respect this here, so I'm not closed-minded to it, but I'm not willing to just delay this or I don't want to say I'm not ready for compromise, but I stand firm on option 1.
Absolutely. And I do think that, as we move forward and we think about future street projects, I'll call back to the original statement that I made 2 weeks ago, which was we need to be considering these things further in advance. Now, of course, I understand and I appreciate Steve's opening comments. We are where we are. We can't go back to 6 months ago and have this discussion.
Right.
But as we're thinking about road projects in the future, I hope that this body will encourage and create space for the staff to consider these sorts of things so that we can do that. So, anything else from me?
No.
Thank you.
Or unless Steve.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
No,
Okay.
thank you, Jackson.
Thank you. And just to add on to it, but not necessarily towards Jackson, I think that there has been public engagement, not again specifically to this particular project as it's before us, because it was only picked up on at the tail end or whatever when Steve caught an eye on it. But you have to reference to the reasons behind the complete streets policy. You have to reference to the bike and pedestrian master plans and the comprehensive plan as it ties into all those. That those were public engagements, and those individuals did rally for these type of improvements, not specific to this particular stretch, because I don't think anybody contemplated that it was going to be resurfaced in 19. But those are things. With regards to a pilot project, one can argue that Avenue A was that pilot project. Say what you want. Some think that's not a good deal, but I have no problem commuting on it in either a motorist fashion or in a cycling fashion. So I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Jackson's saying. I wish we could rewind on this particular project to 6 months, but I do feel like there was conversation in that regards. My piece. Next person, please.
Good morning, Carrie Mayu of 10 Whitmore. Jackson took a lot of what I was going to say, and I really appreciate what John and Dave, you just said. I've really appreciated sitting here listening to all the different perspectives this morning and having kind of a healthy debate about what we want for the future of South Main. But I want to raise up like the things that I hear common amongst all of us is that kind of this agreement that we have disinvested in South Main and we have neglected it over the years, but this interest in from small business owners wanting to put more attention toward it and bring people down and make it a welcoming, more aesthetically pleasing place. That I think gives us some courage to move forward on not making this kind of a one-time conversation on South Main for one decision, but opening up that larger conversation. I've also heard people say, I want to be a good neighbor. I think that's really encouraging. That we're not talking about being for or against something, just being in consideration of everything. And I think some of the language that we use around this can be harmful and take the people out of this equation. So I would encourage us to use some language that instead of like bicyclists or walkers or cars, that we're talking about people who are walking, people on bikes or people in cars. That ultimately our streets are places for people. And it just happens, however we happen to pass through that area, we are all people. We create places and streets and businesses for people to interact with each other and with this place. And I do want us to come back to this question of connecting to Cary Park, even though with the current industrial nature of South Main, it might not be practical to have this beautiful promenade, with trees down the middle of Cary Park. But we just had outside consultants come in and tell us that is a huge missed opportunity for our community in connecting to one of our strongest assets in Cary Park. We already know that, again, all this disinvestment right around Cary Park. How can we help connect not just the places that we value in this community, but be a connector for people to get from one place to another? It's still problematic, I think, for Washington being a bike boulevard and how long it's going to take for us to make that full stretch all the way to south of our community to complete that project. But we've got to think about how are people in the south part of our community getting from place to place, and how can we make sure that they are not cut off from the places, the assets that are closest to them. That issue was also raised in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So I think like Jackson, hearing all that we've heard today from the small business owners, we want to make sure that their concerns are addressed and considered, and not make this a decision that is anti-business in any way, but that is pro-people and pro-place and pro the future of our community. So I think, like Jackson, I would say that the parking needs to remain, that maybe the bike lanes are not the best idea on this area, but could we make that next incremental change that might be creating a better, more inclusive place for our community. So,
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Deborah. Good morning. Or are we still? Yeah.
Still morning
Still
for
morning.
now. Good morning, Council. Deborah Tufel with the Hutch Chamber. Thank you for listening to all of this broad cross-section of input this morning. I think it's important that we do focus on Main Street and our business corridor, our commercial corridors, and think about the people, think about the place, think about the investment and the aesthetics and how that presents not just for the people who live here, but for the people who we hope visit here. And so I also speak to you today on behalf of Visit Hutch. But when this subject came to light last week, We were just on the verge of getting ready to convene one of our downtown Hutch committees. As you know, we started convening the Downtown Hutch Revitalization Partnership earlier this year. And so each month we have a full coalition meeting. Typically that falls on the second Wednesday of the month at 8:30. And because we didn't have time to convene that group around this topic, we used one of their subcommittees, which is the Economic Restructuring Subcommittee that was meeting last week, just as a litmus test to give that group a voice to provide some input. And so we invited Steve Deckant as council member to come provide some perspective. And he summed up this topic very well. The consensus in that room, it took us a while to get to a consensus actually, because some could see the benefits of this incremental change in Main Street as a positive, and others saw it as a hindrance. But what they finally concluded was, we don't want to do away with angled parking because that's prohibitive to folks coming in the doors of these commercial entities on South Main. But we could support perhaps a lane change as long as we keep the angled parking. That was a really small committee, and so I don't think it's representative of our entire chamber or our business community. And so we also sent an email out to our business members in downtown to ask them to weigh in. So I don't want to repeat things that have already been said today, but you probably received emails from a few of those passionate business members. Chris Barnes with Smith's Market was one of those, and so I'm not going to reread what he already sent to you, but he was very passionate that he wanted to maintain the lanes just the way they are. And he gave some great perspective on the backup of traffic at the train tracks that I think was something none of us had thought about, but he observes it every day. We also heard from Slade Dover with Dynamic Electronics, who is the neighbor of Archer Jarrett. And so he gave some valid points about the scarcity of parking. And so I just wanted to give those businesses that reached out to me a voice. A couple of other examples. Bob Fee with Fee Insurance said he observes the traffic on Main from up above, and he had a perspective as a longtime business person as well. But then we had some folks that said, Melinda Jarrett with Sugar Time Confections said she actually supported the compromise. She liked the narrowing of traffic because she was a believer that the more that you can narrow and slow traffic, the better it is for people who are driving through to observe what's in their surroundings. And when you slow that down and you make it more walkable, bikeable, and pedestrian friendly, it tends to lead people into the doors of business to actually transact business. And so she also said she really would like a bike lane. With all of the downtown living, she would like to be able to ride to the park in a safer manner. So that was another perspective. Joe Wiebe with H&R Block also said she'd be in favor of having the center turn lane established, but keeping angled parking. So I think the major theme was angled parking, and you've already heard that, but I just wanted to be the voice for those businesses that did take the time to reach out and share that. And so I guess my conclusion is, as many of you have recognized, these need thoughtful consideration, and we need to give broad input and thought to it over time rather than rushing to judgment. And so I thank you for allowing our business members to at least voice this in this last 2-week period before you make this final decision. But I also think we have to think better about the aesthetics, about all of our corridors into the community, because people don't enter Hutchinson from just one direction. Sometimes they come in from the south, sometimes from the west. If they're having a ball game out at Fun Valley, we need to think about when you're at Fun Valley and you have a break and you want to come down into Hutchinson or over into Hutchinson, what's the commercial corridor that they see when they're coming into town, and is it as pleasing as possible? And so the same would be if we're welcoming people to a Monarchs game or an event down at Cary Park. When they then have some time to go venture out into the rest of Hutchinson, let's think about the aesthetics, because if it looks like a prosperous place, it tends to become more prosperous. So thanks for thinking about that, and thanks for listening to the voices of businesses in Hutch.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah. And thanks for putting it to that subcommittee so we can get some perspective from even a small group, but a group of business owners and such. Thank you.
Thanks for allowing me that.
Sir.
Hi, Steve Steve Drock, 1302 Bristol, and here representing the Vitality team here in Hutch, as you know, and somewhat myself also. Speaking from the Vitality team, we did not, as this matter came up, did not have a chance to meet. I did poll and talk to a few of our members, and as you might not be surprised, our members are open and excited about the opportunity to extend bicycle and hiking trails in the city. However, I think hopefully speaking from the Vitality team and myself, we as a group want to promote safety, want to promote trails, and want to have the input of the community and from small businesses. And from what I've heard this morning, what I've read on Facebook pages and talking to city manager, we have to consider the business and the people, or else we're not going to have any people to ride and take advantage of our trails. We want to expand trails. We want to keep building trails. If the opportunity presents itself on Main Street, great. If it doesn't, then I'm one of those that want to cross the aisle and say, well, okay, in safety concerns, in small business concerns, what can we do? I like what Jackson said and Carrie said. We have to look at it for the long term and for the future. In my opinion, South Washington Boulevard still needs to be promoted and taken from where we are north down south. And I think it's supposed to end in C or G, where Midwest Iron intersects. So my option might be saying, well, if it's not safe to put on Main Street, which that's what I'm hearing, maybe putting it on the traffic lane might be safer than a bike lane. But if not, then have future consideration and budget considerations for, and I've driven it many times in the last 10 days, South Adams. Now, South Adams needs to be improved as far as the bike lane goes. Better street, more lighting. But then on Baker Street, it intersects with a canal. Can we take a wrap up the canal or take some space right at the base of it so that we can intersect with one of the crossings that come down off Frank Crossing? And then that gives us our access to Kerry Park. Our whole goal is to connect the trails. Our master plan said that. We need better trails. I'm wanting to circle the city one of these days. John tells me that's beyond he and my time, but I'm still promoting. And connectivity of the trails from Avenue A Park, from Southwest Bricktown, down to Kerry Park is key. And if we can't do Main Street, then let's reach across the aisle and say, what can we do in future years for maybe South Adams?
Thank you for offering an alternative solution and bringing something as well. So appreciate your perspective. Somebody else to add something that hasn't been addressed or wants to really hammer home something? Sir?
Matt Mayo, Midwest Iron, 700 South Main. My footprint in that area is rather large. I really agree with the gentleman that talked about Adams. I think Adams would be a great bike lane area. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I block the street 5-10 times a day with semis, heavy equipment. If it's only 2 lanes, you're going to have a lot of mad people because I'll have to continue to block the street, crossing, getting trucks on and off my scale, trucks crossing the street, my own semis, other companies' semis, onloading, offloading all day long. We have anywhere between 25 and 50 semis a day, not including our forklifts that have to run across the street, our material handlers, our cranes that have to run across the street. We have to stop traffic for trucks pulling in and out of our mechanic shop, in and out of our loading docks. So from my perspective, I just want to make it known that, I do block the street. So, and I will have to continue to block the street. So, as far as that goes, that's where I stand. So, but and along with that, the revitalization, we would be more than welcome to talk to somebody about the revitalization. We would love to go through and redo a lot of our buildings, but like the gentleman said, the cost of like we own that old Coke refinery or bottling. And, as far as a historical building, looking into doing stuff like that, the cost was enormous. just re-roofing it. They were running into trouble with that because they thought, huge construction costs. Oh, we can't do this, can't do that. So, I would love to sit down and talk to somebody, besides, we did set a whole bunch of money off to the side for repainting all of our buildings. We thought that would be fine. But then along came a extra tax called the water runoff, and there went all that money. So, we would be more than willing to sit down and figure out some ideas on what we need to do down there.
Go ahead. A couple questions just to clarify. I want to make sure, because I've been down there, and yours was one of the locations that was concerning because I knew there was trucks coming and going. I know where your scales are and so on and so forth. I have also seen the forklifts running back and forth and so on. When a person comes in, and are we talking about, because I've seen anything from a large truck and trailer system, like a tractor trailer and setup, to personalized vehicles with trailers behind them. They obviously probably come from both directions, north and south, I'm guessing.
Correct.
And if they come in from the south, obviously they would just, barring that there's traffic or somebody on the scale, they would pull in to the deal. If they're coming from the north side, then what do they do currently? They sit in the innermost lane of the 4 lanes, and wait for it to clear, and then they make their J-turn, U-turn, whatever it is to get through. Okay. If the scale is occupied, they just post up?
Yes, so if there's a semi on the scale and there's 4 semis behind him, we're blocking.
Yeah.
We're blocking Main Street. And there may be semis coming from the other direction at the same time. Well, we're blocking a lane going northbound as well.
Right.
So,
And are they currently, again, just using the pictures that I've got here, when they're blocking like that, they're in the angle parking is where they're staging themselves?
Well, you try to stay in the angle parking, but the way the approach is to our scale, the way the furniture building sits, you can't really sit in the parking. You have to be out on the street in order to make that turn.
To negotiate the
to
angle.
come back around. You can't. Yeah. It would be nice if they could just stay in the angle parking.
Right.
And that was one of the reasons that we bought the Skinner's building, was to renegotiate that and try to figure that whole thing out to where we wouldn't have to block traffic anymore.
Oh.
But we had a reorganization and a buyout. So now we're
figuring that out.
Figuring that out as well. But I just wanted to make it known that we do block the street.
Okay. Well, that's why I want to see logistically how that looks, because I don't know that I've been there when you've been backed up. That's my fault for not being there when you're backed up, I guess. But I wanted to make sure I was understanding how it worked.
So if we're backed up on both sides of the street, and then we're backing trucks into the loading dock there between Bigger and G, and then we're pulling cranes or trucks in and out of our maintenance facility, our maintenance building there. We could be blocking the entire width of Main Street at any one time.
Matt, would you mind taking a minute and tell us who we are, since Miss Scaller, did she sell the business to you?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell us about yourself and
I don't own the business. No,
okay.
I just work for the people.
Who is the
that own
group?
it. The company that owns it is Midwest Scrap Management. They're located in Kansas City.
Okay.
They own facilities in Kansas City, in Oklahoma City, Wichita, here, and I believe there's one in another one in Missouri that they also own. It's a family-owned company, great company to work for. Charlotte made a great decision in selling to this company. And I did work for Charlotte for
did you work for Charlotte?
14 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Thanking for sharing. I wasn't
problem.
Wasn't
Yeah, no
familiar
problem.
with
No.
who the new group was.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
right. Very good.
Good question. Go ahead.
David asked about the blocking of traffic. Describe to me, in your opinion, you said you may block all 4 lanes as it is right now.
For a very short time. There may be points where we do, yes.
So what difference in the blocking of traffic would 3 lanes, 2 directional with a center turn, how would it be different than with 4 lanes, two directional?
I don't know how it would be different. I just want everybody to know that I do block traffic.
Oh,
So if
okay.
we
Well, I think we
narrow
knew
it
that.
down,
Yeah,
you know,
emphasize
and
this
I
enough.
think, you know, when the ladies from Tyson were talking about it, I think they were trying to be gentle about it and
Yeah.
say, well, we only go out, you know, this far, but I do block traffic. I'll tell you. So
I
you
guess
know,
when
if
we talk narrowing down or the term road diet, nothing I've seen thus far narrows the space between, let's talk angle parking, narrows the space between the end of one vehicle on you know, the vehicles on one side and the vehicles on the other.
But if you have
It-
that
it
bike
changes-
lane, I will cover that bike lane.
Understood. Or whether it's just a wider directional lane. But I mean, there's still going to be, Jeff, help me out, 48 feet? Give or take a little, whatever it is.
It'd be plus or minus.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be the same width. It's a matter of how it would be striped for routine use. And your usage obviously is not routine all the time.
Correct.
So I come back to my first question. You know, would your usage be
My usage would have to be
hindered?
the same. I can't.
I'm sorry?
My usage would have to be the same. I wouldn't be able to change.
You'd still be blocking a lane or
Yes,
two lanes or
yes.
whatever, just like you do now.
But I'm afraid if there's only 2 lanes instead of 4,
Mhm.
if there is a point where we can get over a little bit to where we're only blocking 1 lane to allow traffic to go around, if there's only 1 lane going back and forth, that, you know, it may back up traffic.
Might have some
even
further
worse.
impact.
But
Okay.
that would be the center lane, wouldn't it, that you would merge into to pass the truck? And maybe I'm missing it.
Correct. But you're going into a turning lane to, you know, pass semis or whatever you need to do, then, you know, that
Temporarily.
that gets
again.
a little dangerous too, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Chief left, didn't he? Yeah. Okay.
I hear you, and I respect it, and I made notes of that as well. And nobody says that necessarily the Adams or Monroe Street design is good because you got parallel parking on the side, but you do that there too when you have to go around the parked cars that are lining on those streets. You enter it momentarily, and you're mindful. You got to see what's coming at you and so on and so forth. But then you get around the blockage and then you keep going. So
Correct.
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything
Yes,
else?
no problem. Thank you.
Thank you again. Appreciate your help. Anyone else? He was leaning. I saw him. Come on up, please. Thank you.
Ron Brubaker, 2 properties, 824 South Main and 816 South Main vacant lot. First off, I want to thank Nancy Soldner and Jade Pyros for 2 weeks ago postponing this to where the property owners would be advised and have a little bit of input at least. I may bounce around a little bit, try not to cover too much. It's already been covered. My family's occupied the 824 address for about 34 years. As far as I can recall, with discussions with my dad, we've never had a city official, such as Jim Sightnader or anybody, approach us about any upgrades the city's wanted to do ever. You made the comment, and thank you. The city has neglected our end of town. You know, with any improvements, anything like that, they've always, you know, it's always been up north. And this come up, you know, it goes to show we're not just vacant building owners. You know, we occupy, we try and take care of the properties. The vacant lot we purchased, you know, used to sit overgrown. We purchased that, we maintain that, try and mow it every other week. Mr. Fields, he bought the half a block behind him. Same thing, it'd be overgrown. You know, we take pride in our area. Just the whole aspect of how quickly you wanted to try to do this. So at least we got our voices heard for the most part. I want to keep it the way it is, just for the fact. Trying not to cover too many points that have been. Going down to 2 lanes at B and Main several years back, just shortly after that was narrowed down. I was in the turn lane northbound at B and Main, stopped, making a left-hand turn. Lady comes across Avenue A, goes right around, right back into the turning lane, southbound, straight, hits me head on. Oh, I thought it was still 4 lane. She hit me head on at 35 mile an hour. You know, I didn't know anything had changed. Although she drove around the narrow bridge there just south of Avenue A on Main, where the flowers and stuff are. So, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
you know, sitting in turn lane, turn signal on, here she comes right down the turning lane.
Right.
You know, just thinking
Well,
it's
and the
still
fact
4
that
lane.
she didn't stop when she saw a vehicle.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, that's the other thing too. You know, so you know, there's like I said, there's always arguments to both sides, but you know, we've never been approached anything by the city in the past years, being a property owner, of wanting to do any changes. My vacant lot properties had some curb damage. Made a police report with it. You know, it was a motor vehicle accident. Contacted the city 2 times. The curb still hadn't even been repaired or even looked at or anything like that. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, and I don't want to dissuade anybody from speaking, but I'm going to have to start wrapping it up here. Arguably, these people may have said you should have wrapped it up a long time ago, but we want to make sure voices are heard. So is there anybody that feels that there's something pertinent that hasn't been addressed in any of the previous conversations, anything that we've missed? Jim.
Just real quick, just want to make sure, I think you all received an email from Susan Pauls, who
Yes.
has the industrial supply business. She would have been here today, but is out of town on vacation, and had already made arrangements. But just wanted to make sure to refer you all to the email, because she put a lot of time into it.
Perfect, and she did, and it was well thought out.
Did a good job.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up, Jim. And she did also circulate the petition. It has 118 signatures on it, most of which are either property owners or business owners that don't own the actual property on South Main. And she was very passionate about this and was very apologetic that she was unable to make it, but would like to see us retain the street as it is. Also received letters from people who weren't able to be here that wanted me to mention Johnson Sheet Metal, and I think Innovative Tent and Graphics, and a few other of the businesses that are listed on the petition. So.
Lastly, I'll also add that our fellow council member who's unable to attend today for her own reasons also said that she would, had she been here, and you can't vote in absentia, but had she been here, she was leaning towards not. I don't know if any of the conversation would have dissuaded her, but she wanted to emphasize that John might
That's correct.
paraphrasing that correctly.
She would vote to leave it as it is
Okay.
today, striking.
So I feel like that should be at least mentioned. Nancy would want to voice her opinion. And for her not to be here, it must be something, and we hope it's not serious or anything like that. Okay. With that being said, again, I'm going to about to pound the gavel. Is there anybody else that feels that they have one thing to add? If not, then I'm going to bring it back to the council. We're going to stop the commentary, and then we'll have the discussion amongst ourselves. And bless Nancy's heart, but she's made it an opportunity for a 2-2. I'm not suggesting that's where it's going, because there's been a lot of information that's been brought this direction, but there is no tiebreaker here today. So we have to find that compromise amongst ourselves if we can, and based on the information that was presented to us today. I'll, again, going once, going twice, sold. Wonderful. Thank you again for all of you that brought that in, and I bring it back to the group, a couple different things. If I might start with the notes that I made with regards to different things. I received a large amount of emails as well, both pro and con for different reasons. Even the pros had some cons in it, and with regards to the bike lane or different things like that. A lot of cyclists, myself included, feel that traveling Main Street, that part down there, is not particularly unsafe as it sits. The reason that is because I can slide over to the parking stalls, and at the moment they're currently vacant. If we do have a vision of a more prosperous, well-used situation, that goes away. Now that's not today, that's not tomorrow, and I don't profess to say that a couple of bike stripes are going to just instantly fix South Main Street or anything like that. But I did want to point out that parking is not necessarily a problem on that street. I took the time to go ahead and count the available parking stalls, and there's and if I missed one or two, I apologize, but there's roughly 100 on the west side of the street. There's 111 on the east side of the street. Some, but not all, of the businesses on the corners do have some on-site parking. Some also have available on-street parking, but I didn't include that in it. So if I did the tally right and I looked at it, there's roughly 96 off-main parking spots. The parking lot just north of C, just north of the railroad tracks, has 71 parking spaces, of which 4 are handicap accessible. Now, I recognize that not all those do that. So my point is that there's 378 parking spaces during on that stretch of Main Street. I did just a rough tally. I would drive it every day, and I try to hit it at different times of day, and it averages roughly 38 cars parked on Main Street, some more, some less, but that's what the average was, of which 18 were constant at Tyson's. Through one shift or another, they're there. So that is a legitimate concern as well. But what really stuck out to me is that we have 378 parking spaces servicing 38 average cars per day. Now, what I heard today, though, is that, although the bulk of the parking is spread out over the whole thing, there are certain places that have an extreme need for the parking. Tyson's with their employee help. Certain ones that certain businesses that lend themselves to foot traffic, not all do. The gentleman with the aerospace, he says, that he probably doesn't see a whole lot of that, but we're not trying to take your parking from you either necessarily. Some are more inclined to have foot traffic and retail. So I don't think we have a parking problem on Main Street. We have adequate parking during that section, but there's certain sections of it that require some thought and process if we do look at a road diet, let alone bike lanes and things like that. I guess I would ask if there's anybody else that wants to add any things to what has been said so far as well. John, we know where you stand. I'm not going to cut you off, but did you learn anything?
Well, to me, it seemed like we're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. To kind of simplify things. You know where I stand. I'm still very adamant about listening to the businesses via email, telephones, and this morning, and nothing has modified or changed my plans. My preference would be to move forward with supporting option 1, do the striping, and to then revisit South Main and the vision for the future, and to integrate that into our agenda for future discussions and see where that might take us. But for now, let's deal with the straightforward striping issue and support number 1. So that's my position.
Is that a motion or a position?
I would move that. I would move to approve the striping plan on Main Street from Avenue C to Cary Park as currently designed.
I'm going to go ahead and second that, but I'd like to make some comments.
Sure.
I echo a lot of what you said, John, especially what you said at the beginning of the meeting about how you're very progressively minded and you're not against considering all forms of transportation. You're not against change. I'm not either. I'm actually very, very in favor of doing anything we can to improve walkability and bikeability in this community. In fact, my house is on the market right now because I don't have sidewalks in my neighborhood. So for one, I think we should have a lot of emphasis on better sidewalks and a sidewalk fund, but that's a whole nother conversation if we want to talk accessibility and to parks and other amenities. But that being said, I wanted to kind of summarize a few takeaways. I liked what you said, John, about a greater conversation. What is our vision for that area? And just hearing from the business owners, which I do want to say I lend a lot of weight to those who've invested in an area that we maybe haven't invested in, and they've invested in it for years. They employ people with good paying jobs, lots and lots of people. I hope if nothing else comes out of this conversation that the community recognizes how rich in jobs that area is and the investment they've made. So I do want to lend weight to those who've invested in, and what I'm hearing from them, what I've heard over the last 2 weeks, is they really would prefer that it stay the way it is. That being said, I'm not against going against the status quo when it makes sense. But square peg round hole, I feel like maybe this isn't the most appropriate place to have a pilot project just because of its industrial and heavy commercial nature. Avenue A worked. I know a lot of people hate Avenue A. I think it's beautiful. That road diet worked because it's residential. And I think it would work if it were light commercial services, restaurants, et cetera. But I think it's square peg round hole again. Other things I think we need to consider, look into, or what I've heard is look into how we can ease regulatory burdens to facilitate better investment, more investment in that area. How can we assist with development of especially historic buildings? Appreciated your input there. Need to have a bigger conversation about that. If we're going to fund Washington Boulevard, we need to do it and stop having the conversation about how we're going to flow bicycle traffic from the north to south. Desire greater investment on that stretch. Heard that from business owners, including curb improvements. Things like that need to be taken into consideration. Aesthetics, very important coming into this corridor, both visitors and residents. And overall, what can we do? What can be done to encourage infill? Is this, to me, this is what this decision is largely about as well. Are we going to encourage infill by narrowing the street? Some would argue we would. But are we going to encourage infill in a heavy commercial and industrial area by narrowing the street? I would argue that we're not. And that's why, after much consideration, I am choosing to continue striping, to vote to continue striping as it was originally designed.
Steve?
Well, I remain glad that I raised the issue because one of the things that I wanted to do was to have discussion and difficult discussion. One of the comments that was made 2 weeks ago, and I believe it was Dave that made the comment, and I might be taking some words from him that he wants to say here in a bit, but the investment we would make in making this change, should it be made, would be a small investment, and maybe none. It was pointed out that the bike appliques would be about an $18,000 cost. I'm hearing enough that I'm backing. I'd already talked about in my opening remarks about keeping the angled parking, that I'm backing away from the bike lane. And it's not so much that I was invested in a bike lane necessarily, other than talking about aesthetics and walkability and people ability and making it a place for walkers and cars, for walkers, for people in cars, and for people on bicycles. What concerns me when we talk about revisiting in the future, I've been, I've been on the council long enough to see that we talk about revisiting, and we don't.
Can you name some examples of things that we haven't?
Well, we've talked about Memorial Hall more than once. We've talked about sidewalks more than once, and I'll stop with that.
Mm-hmm.
Give me some time, and I could probably come up with another half a dozen.
Yeah. We've talked about Washington Boulevard.
And we've talked about Washington Boulevard. So I'd love to say, yeah, let's revisit it. My guess is that we'd have to have something semi-earth-shattering like this topic to bring us to revisiting it. I believe I used a small investment, and I want to come back to that. I think that it would be a small investment if we really find that we've made a terrible mistake. It would be a cost, but we could reverse that if we simply basically change from 4 lanes to 3 lanes. Don't stripe in a bike path or a bike lane per se. Bicycles could still use it. There'd be a wider lane for them to use it in if they chose to. The other note I made myself, I need to make sure I get this right, because it's one of the things that I heard expressed. It's not what we have happening today, but the vision needs to include what we anticipate or hope to be happening in the future. And I would hope that we have more walking traffic, more people walking. That we would have maybe some more bicyclists that would feel comfortable just because they want to be down there. And whatever else. I don't expect, as I also said in my opening remarks, South Main isn't downtown, and we shouldn't want it to be downtown Maine. it is a much more industrialized area, and I recognize that, and I don't expect it to become I think somebody used the term boutiques and some other things. I don't expect it to be that. But just as there was a favorite ice cream place many years ago, there could be a favorite ice cream place in the future.
Or a burger shop, I think.
Or a burger shop. You know, not a burger shop on every corner, and not a retail store in every block and covering all the blocks and pushing out Midwest or Tyson or anybody else. But a healthy mix of people activities in terms of these businesses. So, as far as the lanes go, I still favor that. I think that it would be a good move to make. I don't think it would be the end of the world if it doesn't, if it fails so badly that we've got to change back. I am concerned that if we don't now, I'll be long gone before it's considered again. And I'm certainly not that old, but I think it'll take many, many years. And so, but I've come to the point where, again, I had talked about the angle parking it needs to say. I think the safety issue and just the concerns, I think we can try it more if we have a wider driving lane, but not to have a dedicated and marked bike lane, but to have the 3 lanes, one each direction. The space is marked here, yeah. I mean, if the street's going to be totally blocked, it's going to be totally blocked. Well, there's 1 lane, 2 lane, 3 lane, 4 lanes, or 25 of them. It's going to be blocked. How well that center lane can be used to stage maybe some Tyson traffic and or some Midwest traffic, I don't know. If we don't have it there to use, we won't know how well it will work or won't work. I think that it deserves being given a shot, and yes, it would cost us some money to go back if we stripe it one way now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that it's an investment worth making and taking the small risk for what would be a relatively, in an overall big picture, small amount of money.
You mentioned that you're concerned that if we say we're going to revisit it, we'll never revisit it. One of my concerns is that if we say we're going to reverse it, if it doesn't work, we won't reverse it. And in the interim, if it does have a detrimental impact on the businesses down there, they die away while we're in the process of considering whether or not it's working. Now, I don't know if it's that dramatic. It's certainly the way businesses have posed it to me, though. They're concerned that it's just not going to work for their truck traffic, for their customer traffic. It's going to be too frustrating and inconvenient, and they're going to go away. I do think that South Main from C to Cary Park could be so much more, and we need to not make a decision based on only what's there, but what we wish to see there. But I don't think it's about what just the 5 of us, wish to see there. I think, again, we can't make a decision without the input from the greater community and from the business owners and those who've already invested in that area for a long time. I would like us to see an effort like what we have in neighborhood redevelopment, what we've done in Southwest Bricktown, or what we've done in some of these other areas. Why can't we do that on South Main? And why can't we get those business owners together and ask them what their vision is, coupled with what we see, coupled with what Young Professional sees, coupled with all of these groups that have a vested interest in the future of our community, and have a much better, more thought out plan. I think I see the argument, let's just do something. Well, I'd rather do something that's probably better thought out and is going to work a little more. I mean, we can call it an experiment, but if it's an experiment that doesn't impact us because we don't live or work on that part of town, I don't know if that's a fair experiment. It's not a small bet to those business owners. It's a small bet to people like us who, work and live in other parts of town. So,
I think the questions also changed during the conversation. The original question was 2 lanes, center, 2 bike lanes, parallel parking, and there was an outcry over how that was going to be detrimental to the business. Most of the emails I got said, you're going to take me down to 1 parking space, you're going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
If Steve is willing to relinquish his bike lane Just kidding. And things like that. Well, then the question changes. I'm not sure that it's as detrimental. I'm not going to rephrase it and ask anybody to come back up. We've talked about that enough as it was. But I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing anymore. And in the conversations with the individuals, as I made my notes, parking came up predominantly. Well, that is not on the table anymore. Potentially anyways. Safety. The studies themselves show from the Federal Highway Administration that it is safer. One could argue it wasn't that unsafe to begin with, but safer still. And so I tend to lean into not option one nor option two, but to look at the restriping, keeping the angle parking exactly as it is so that it will not upset that, remove the bike lane application, and go with the center lane and the two directional deals. And the reason I feel that way is I don't know who coined it status quo, if it was us or somebody else or whatever, but I know that if you continue to vote for the status quo, you're going to continue to get the status quo. And I'm not suggesting that that part of town is a bad part of town or whatever, but we all have greater visions of what it could be. And if we continue to do the exact same thing as we've always done it, I fear we're going to get the exact same result. Lastly, and then we'll do a call the roll. There's a woman by the name of Jane Jacobs who wrote a book called The Death and Life of Great American Cities. Pretty thick tome, but very, very interesting. And anyways, one of her quotes was, "Designing a dream city is easy. Rebuilding a living one takes imagination." I think this is an opportunity to use our imagination. I think what Steve and I were talking about is a compromise, and be willing to see where that goes. With that being said, there is a motion, there is a second. Nancy, would you please, or Linda, sorry, somebody, please, anybody? Who's Nancy? Linda, please.
For the sake of, the motion is?
To retain striping as currently designed.
Correct.
Okay.
Second?
Thank you.
No.
Dave Line?
Yes.
Pyrus de Carvalho?
Yes.
Inskeep?
No. Okay, well, we probably all saw this coming. So, okay, and I found out in a prior meeting that the mayor is allowed to offer a motion, so I will attempt to do one now and see where that falls. I would suggest, or I would move rather, that we change the striping to a two directional lanes with a center turn lane, leaving the parking exactly as it is, and not including any bicycle lanes on that. Would anybody be willing to second that?
Second.
Okay, that has also been moved and seconded. Any conversation before we go down that road? None. Linda, would you please call the roll?
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave Line?
No.
Pyrus de Carvalho?
No.
Inskeep?
Yes. Okay, well, back to the drawing board.
Curses, Nancy.
You're right. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, well, that's funny, yeah.
This, if I may?
Please.
If we remain at a tie vote and an impasse in this regards, it may force on us a couple more weeks of opportunity to explore some alternatives, maybe have some more conversations. Whether that will change anything, I don't know. One of the things I did come here with, and I didn't really speak it as such, although I kind of veiled it in my comments, was the idea of taking some more time. I did talk about 6 months, 6 weeks, but we could have another couple of weeks of time, and if there's something that we would want staff maybe to work on, or encouragement to members of the community, especially the business community of South Main and others at a larger basis, to have further conversation, further development of vision, ideas, that kind of thing.
What does our current contract state in terms of the scheduling of the light paving and the striping?
Well, the contractor's scheduled, Jeff, you might want to come up, talk about the calendar, but they're probably ready to move in probably latter part of next week, maybe.
And
Maybe
not
just-
only on this project, but all the striping projects
Well-
that they're going to be here
Well,
to do.
Well, they're
I'm
actually,
talking about the asphalt.
they're actually doing
the
two
asphalt,
different
excuse me.
mobilizations on striping. So they're
Okay.
doing striping on Adams Street and those others right now. They set it up so they'd have two mobilizations. So at this point, not knowing exactly how things will proceed, it's about 2 weeks when they would potentially be done with, 2.5 weeks when they'd be done with 30th Avenue and then Main Street. So unless it would cause another mobilization that we really need to get striping, we typically try to get striping on our major arterials pretty quick. If it causes another mobilization, it may be some costs associated with them coming back. But I don't know that. It kind of depends on when they get done and how long it takes them to do Main Street. So.
Well, and weather could come into play. Other
Well, yeah,
things,
there's a whole
there's so
host of
many-
things that I
yeah,
can't predict.
That you can't predict, yeah.
So Uh, did I I hear you say it'd be about 2.5 weeks before they got down to Main Street striping, or did I misunderstand
Correct,
you?
but they typically like to have their information earlier because they
Yeah.
actually order all their materials for their striping before they mobilize, because they buy it per job per se, so that's how that typically works for that sub that they have. So I did talk to the contractor and ask him. He said, well, it may and it may not. I can't tell you when we're going to be exactly, so.
Yeah.
Would it be a feasible option to pull that part of the contract out of the job,
We'd have to-
retain the extra funds, or would we have to still pay it?
We would well, that's a good question, but there's a potential we would have to pay something on that. And we probably would have to go out for bids on restriping, so.
Well,
that
but I'm
would
not
lengthen it
talking
out
about in
quite
2
a
weeks.
while.
I'm talking about a real conversation that happens over the course of maybe a couple months, and then revisiting this next season.
I'd rather not
Yeah.
not
Well, we
stripe.
just.
I'm not a
The
proponent
problem
of
with that would be we're gonna have new asphalt down. That's not gonna change.
Okay.
And
I wasn't aware
parking,
of that.
there will be no parking spaces. There
Got you.
there'd
Nothing to be
Nothing to be
striped.
striped.
So that
I was meaning
I
the
don't
whole
I think there was
project.
some confusion before.
Yeah.
Can we really have
and they're
the,
supposed to be done by the end of August. Is when Cornejo's contract would be done.
would authorize and allow for the striping as per their schedule?
Say that again?
Does the contract allow for and authorize the striping as the original contract was presented, as is?
Correct.
With a 2-2 vote today, do you have that authority?
What to actually just go ahead with the striping
Yes,
as we
right.
are?
Yes.
Well, I mean, the council's already approved that contract with that striping plan, so
Right.
technically, I guess that would be the case. It's interesting, this is, back to Steve's comment, we can wait 2 weeks, Nancy will be here. I mean,
that'll fix it.
do we think something's gonna change? I'm a, small bet guy too, and I suspect, based on my conversation with Nancy, that that's not gonna change, but if we do that, we prolong this a couple weeks, and we can do that. We'll come back here and have another motion, and probably going to be 3-2.
That's valid. And that's where I differ a little bit. I prefer that we get it figured out today and just put this to bed one way or another. I know that's easily said when we're currently split, but I guess I might invite those that are proponents of the status quo to maybe help me understand what your vision is and how that going back with the same will help improve upon that vision, if that makes sense.
Dave, my only comment is that I would just reiterate what I said earlier this morning, is that I've listened and respected the opinions, the viewpoints of 50-plus businesses that are well-established, that are thriving businesses, that are encouraging us to do the striping as is, and I think we need to respect that position, and so I'm pretty firm.
Okay.
And I guess I would say that I don't want to repeat word for word what you just said, but when I think about a lot of what ails this community, I often come back to jobs, well-paying jobs, and I know that's simplistic, but I think that we just need to do what we can as a body of leaders to support business sustainability and growth of those primary jobs. And I think this might be a step in that direction, listening to those primary job providers and their wishes. They're not the only ones that matter. You know, they don't probably care about flowers on the corner like I do. They don't care about, you know, walkability and bikeability as much as some of the others on council, and I don't think that should be the only consideration. But they're the ones I've heard from. Again, they're the ones who've been investing in that corridor for decades while we haven't. I think there are other things we can do as a body to make that area more inviting without taking it down to 2 or 3 lanes that they don't want. Again, I'm not willing to go against input that I'm given. There have been many times I've done that on council. I've gone against popular opinion. But in this case, I just think that it's the right thing to do to listen to the people who have been investing in that area for a long time.
And we heard from at least a handful that suggested that the parking was their main driving factor. So I go back to, again, the question has changed. And so the emails, I'm not throwing them out by any stretch, but that is not the same question that was posed to them when we labeled it as an option 1 and an option 2. I used the wording small bet. That's a phrase I borrowed from the Strong Towns group or whatever, as a chance to experiment. We're talking about, I think it's 0.67 of a mile of asphalt that will not disrupt any of the parking, so those individuals will have an opportunity. Well, it won't change. It'll be exactly as it was. It will slow down traffic, which all the studies show is a benefit to certain businesses. People have, I mean, I'm probably the only one here who knows what the price of grapes are because I looked. I wasn't going by Smith's Market at 40 miles an hour. They're $1.98, by the way. But that's the point. You know, it slows you down. Which is not a bad thing. And I don't see that it's a hindrance to do that. The hindrance I saw was the parking, and I think both Steve and I kind of capitulated and said, okay, well, we've heard from others that are in favor of it, but not with the bike lane involved. And
I would just say that I understand it's a different conversation, and I understand that a lot of people were specific in their opposition solely to the parking being parallel. But I'm looking at a long and very well-written letter from Johnson Sheet Metal, who is also opposed to a center turn lane. We heard from J. Fields Enterprises, who is concerned about choking traffic down to 1 lane. Tyson, one of our largest employers, one of the top 10 employers, I think, in Reno County, very opposed to going to a center lane, wanted to keep those to 4 lanes. So I've taken a lot of input, and the input I have received is that it's just not. Also, I'm sorry, Mr. Reed also wanted to keep 4 lanes. All the input I've received is from the people it affects the most, are opposed to narrowing the street. In general, I think narrow streets are better urban design, are safer. I don't, however, think in a heavy commercial and industrial area that same logic applies.
I just fear that if we do not oblige ourselves to all those businesses and what they're telling us, that it would be just another barrier, that this community is sending a message to those businesses and those employees and employers that we really don't have any regard for South Main. And that is the last thing that is on my mind, and I think on this council's mind, is that we embrace South Main. This has been a healthy conversation, but we're listening, and I'm listening to what you're saying.
I also hear it, and I don't dismiss it. I read all the emails, and they're all valid, but I also, being the only small business owner up here, Steve is in the rental game, so I guess that could be considered as well, but recognize that we don't like surprises. This was proposed as a surprise. It seemed to be at the 11th hour. We tend to be reactionary. And if you pose to me as a business owner going with the known or going with the unknown, I'm always going to tend to go with the known. Not to dismiss what they brought up with it, but that would be the reaction. I think that in my research, and again, the various studies, I go to Rebecca Ryan, I go to Mark Fenton in 2012, Rebecca Ryan 2009, the Complete Streets Policies in 2012, the comprehensive plan that references to the bike and pedestrian plan, and again,
That references to keep bikes off Main.
the bikes are
Yeah.
off Main. We've removed the biking
Yeah.
strips from the equation. So, I mean, you won't get them off Main because they'll still ride it, but the biking part is not a part of the conversation anymore. So all those things are suggesting that we should encourage traffic to slow down and that it won't disrupt anything and could be beneficial to commerce. That's the part that I keep sticking on.
To not vote in favor of maintaining the status quo is, what I'm hearing in that message is to be anti-business. And I reject that as a label of being applied to me. So I've said that. I think that we're looking at considering a bold and courageous move. I think that although it's a little bit apples and oranges, we made a bold and courageous move a couple of years ago when we instituted a stormwater fee. And if we were simply going to take a score of how many for or against, we'd have never instituted the stormwater fee. Now, this isn't an apples and orange. I put that out there. But it was a bold and courageous move then. I think it's a bold and courageous move now. And I'll go back to saying I still consider it, and I heard your comment, that I was concerned about revisiting the future. You're concerned about the opposite of revisiting if we do make the change. But I think it's just that. And either we make that bold and courageous move or we don't. And I'm glad we've got the businesses, and quite frankly, among other things that I learned is how much business we do have on South Main. A heck of a lot more than I was consciously aware of. So if nothing else, a lot of people, probably all of us up here, being just a few of them, learned how much we have going on South Main, and I'm very, very pleased to hear that. And I certainly do not take lightly the idea of having some impact that's considered by many of you to be negative. And the reverse, I've listened. I talked about listening and hearing many voices. And I don't mean those that other people don't hear, but hearing many voices and pretty firmly backing away from the parallel parking, and listening today some more. Hearing the safety and the issues in regards to the bike lane. In my heart of hearts, my mind of mind, my soul of soul, I believe that the change from 4 traffic lanes, two directional each way, to 3 lanes, one of those being a center turn lane, is not, and studies tend to support that. It's not a Hutchinson study, granted, but studies tend to support that it's a promoter of business rather than a demoter. And that's what we have, that's being proposed as a change versus some of the other things that were there originally, and certainly that went out and are the 2 options at this point.
Steve, I would tend to agree that it would typically promote, but again, I go back to the nature of business, and this is just a different beast we're dealing with. We're dealing with heavy commercial and industrial. And I also would like to say that if we're real serious about reimagining that area, then we need to put some time, consideration, and dollars into aesthetics, and we also need to ease development in that area. We need somebody to walk potential business owners through the steps of purchasing renovating and getting a business up and running. We need to, again, ease regulatory burdens that encourage investment in that area. I think those are things that we can do that don't necessarily even cost money, that we should probably be doing now. Well, the aesthetics will, but as far as taking a really close look at our codes and what is prohibiting investment and business growth down there, those are things that I don't think are controversial at all, that everybody agrees, that don't take a study to show would spur growth. I look at our busiest corridors, and I don't think that 30th Street is struggling because it's 4 lanes for business. So I see the argument. I tend to agree with that argument, that narrower is better. I don't agree with that argument in particular areas like this.
Well, to put a little levity to all of this,
we could use some levity.
Yeah, we could use it.
We could do a couple of things. We could reduce the speed limit
Oh, there it is.
to 20 miles an hour.
I think
We could put new street lighting with steel poles and reverse angle parking. I tried that one time, Jackson. So that's an alternative.
Last thing, and I'm not a proponent of delaying the inevitable. As John pointed out, we know how this is going to end, whatever. But I feel very strongly about my opinion. And again, it's not. I truly, in my heart of heart, believe the data, and the data suggests that it makes sense to do it. So I don't believe I'm going to be dissuaded. I know John's not going to be dissuaded. I know that Jay won't either. I can't speak to Steve, but I'm asking Steve if you're willing to. Back off of your line. So it may be on principle alone, and I may die upon the sword, but unless Steve's willing to back off, because I'm not, then I say we wait until Nancy gets back and she'll finish this up, and we can move on to the other business on the agenda.
We are at impasse for the day.
Don't you think? Okay, we are at impasse. There's our answer then. Okay.
So you want us to hold off on the contract then?
Well, I remember a few years back when we were discussing an ordinance that affected George Pyle Park, and we were 2-2 because Bob Bush couldn't make it to the meeting. When the motion failed, it reverted to the default.
And that's what I was going to suggest.
So-
If that is the case, then, and I think Jeff had maybe alluded to that it's going to go to the default or whatever.
Which is we've already approved the contract for striping as designed.
I am not.
But that would be a Paul question.
Yeah, and I'm not excited about incurring any additional expenses. So yeah, I'm not wanting to do that. But so if that is the way it falls, it goes back to the original motion.
With council just upon request?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did we learn?
Let's check it out some facts.
Please.
Okay. So you have approved a contract that includes the striping? Correct. Okay. So you have a binding contract. You have no further action from the council because you could not achieve a 3-person majority. And so there's a contract in effect.
That's
now,
where we said
this particular provision was brought before the council for consideration regarding
So
the
nothing
striping.
happened, and nothing
But
occurred.
there's no agreement to change it, so we do have that contract.
Binding contract.
Okay. I think then that's where we're at.
So we'll proceed with contract as approved.
As approved.
I think so.
Well, I mean, that's where we're at. That's
where we're
fine.
at.
Yep,
That's
yeah.
where we're at.
We've got a contract and-
nobody wants to incur additional expenses if we don't.
Nope.
If the contractor's unable to perform in a timely manner, same as that. So I think we are there.
Okay.
I think-
Okay. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, you probably are going to owe us lunch after this.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. There you go. Well, with all the money we're saving on the bike lanes and all that, we'll get
Well, we're gonna follow this up with the audit report.
with the audit. Oh, exciting
I know.
stuff.
Exciting.
Before everybody departs, and that was what everybody was here for. Again, we're all on the same page. We may see it a little bit differently about how we're going to get there. This is not a win nor a loss for anybody. Hutchinson is at the forefront of all our intentions. So thank you for those that stood up and presented your opinion, both pro and con. And here we are. Okay.
Yes, thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, I might allow.
By the way, the meeting's not over if you really want to stick
There you go.
around.
Yeah, we got two
We've got at least
more
another
pages.
hour or
There you
two.
go. But for those that want to depart, we'll give you a short amount of time to go ahead and part and come on. Thank you as well.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allow them to get out and then switch gears. Well,
We're going to take a
oh,
2-minute break? Or
yeah.
you want to go ahead?
No, I'm with you. I think it is so. We're going to actually include a
3 minutes.
3-minute break as well at this time. So feel
Is it plugged in on the bottom, John?
Brian? I don't know if this is your bailiwick, but there's a toilet in the men's room that is running full blast.
We got somebody coming.
Do you know
Perfect.
about it? Okay.
Brian's saying, not me.
Not I, not it.
Well, I didn't say you go take care of it.
Those
but-
goes.
Okay. Sorry.
Trying to get plugged in there.
My battery went dead.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Are you going to sit in for
Marathon session.
Councilmember Soldner? Is that what you're doing over there?
we're good? Okay. Welcome back. For those of us that survived the marathon session, appreciate it. The award for the most patient individuals would be our accounting group here. So next item, if you would, please.
We got a couple more out there that are
And a couple
patient.
stragglers. That's true. Never mind. That's absolutely right.
Item 8B, consider 2018 audit.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. Before you, you have the 2018 Annual Audit Report for review. The audit was performed by Landberg, Vogel, Pierce, Ferris. The audit opinion concludes that our financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects based on regulatory basis of accounting. I'm also happy to announce that they had no audit findings or recommendations this year. Today, I have Randy Hoffmeyer, who's been so patient. He managed the audit, and he is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Angela.
I normally like to wish you a good morning, but I'll
Yes.
wish you a good afternoon.
Past that, yeah.
We're glad you had the opportunity for that.
Like she said, we had no significant difficulties performing the audit. In fact, the audit went very, very smoothly. Probably the smoothest in the 6 or 7 years that I've been a part of the audit.
Great.
Good.
Wonderful. That's always pleasant to hear.
One of the, I'm sorry, do you have more? One of the questions I had, so how usual or unusual is it to have a no findings audit?
It's not completely unusual.
Okay.
Entity of this size, you have good segregation of duties, so that's usually one of the biggest findings that we would have in a smaller entity.
But it's a pretty big feather in the cap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good job, Angela.
I think your financial
Very
department
good.
does a great job.
Angela, I do have a question of you, and Randy, you may want to chime in on this. On note 5, under the long-term debt, and it piqued my interest. That's page 10. Under note 5, where it talks about general obligation bonds, and as you call them down there, the beginning balance, year end of 2017 was, or the beginning balance was $64.765 million. And if we look at the balance year end of December 31, 2018, is $58,950, or about a $6+ million reduction in net long-term debt. I guess my question is this to me this was very encouraging, but is this a trend that we likely will see? Now, I know you go to a subsequent, and you've got a debt service over the next 5 years. It's about $7 million a year, but is this a trend that likely will continue? Will it affect our bond levy, this number, for, say, next year?
So of that $7.5 million that we paid off, probably about $2.5 million approximately was paid off for the sports arena. So that is not paid out of our bond and interest fund. About $5 million was paid out of our bond and interest fund. So in 18 and likely in 19, we're not bonding as much as we're paying down. So that is encouraging, but we do have several projects that we have not bonded, but will
Okay.
be bonding probably in 2020.
In 2020, okay.
We may be bonding the LEC remodel later this year. Next year, we might have, I'm not sure how much it's going to cost, but Main Street
yeah.
renovation, I think it had been budgeted at $3.2 million that we'll be bonding. And so there's some other bigger projects in 2020 that we may be bonding, but it is encouraging and helpful that we're not bonding as much in 18 and 19.
Good. So from a bond levy standpoint, you would see that to be basically stabilized as it currently is?
We had, as you'll see in your proposed budget,
Yeah.
we did increase the mill levy and the bond and interest fund slightly due to the fact that our special assessments weren't coming in as we had budgeted in 18 and 19. And it depends on the timing of the bondings. We're going to have to just be careful in 2020 not to bond too much, and then we should be able to remain consistent.
So the increase in that she refers to is like a 0.18 mil.
Okay.
Very slow.
All right, fine. Good. Thank you for that clarification.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's not a whole lot to ask about when everything was going so well.
I know. Thanks for making it easy.
John made it a point to find something substantive to ask you about, so good for him.
I move to approve the 2018 financial audit as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave Line?
Yes.
Iris De Carvalho?
Yes.
Yes.
Item 8C,
Thank you,
discuss
Randy.
request to rename Avenue A Park.
Equally as patient.
This has become a less controversial item on today's
I know. Who'd have thought?
agenda. I'm here to discuss the conversation we had earlier. I think it was brought before council on May 7th.
Bless you.
Christopher Wietrich and a group had brought forward requesting to rename Avenue A Smallville Park. At that time, there was another group that came forward requesting that we consider renaming Avenue A Park Chester Lewis Park. After that conversation, you requested that we seek out some more community input. So with that instruction, I created an online survey. We promoted that survey in multiple ways, through Facebook, of course, but also it was on the radio, it was in the newspaper. The Facebook post alone had more than 20,000 views. So there were a lot of people who saw the opportunity to give this input. Let me see, we received a total of 726 completed surveys. So I think that's, fairly good numbers. Of those, we had a fairly consistent opinion. So if we break it down, in the questionnaire, there were 3 options: keep it Avenue A, rename it Smallville Park, rename it Chester Lewis Park, or rename it something else. I also asked where they were from, if they were residents of Hutchinson, what their zip code was, so that we could further break it down for people who live here, and then also people who live on the south side of town. Regardless of how we broke it out, the percentages were approximately the same. So, let me see, 51% around for all of them want to keep it Avenue A. The vast majority want to keep it the way it is. 22% supported renaming it Chester Lewis Park, and 23% reported changing the name to Smallville Park. So it was the vast majority keep it, and then almost an even split of if we rename it. There were a small group of individuals who had other suggestions, including Parky McParkface. I did not include all of those.
Yeah. I like that one.
I have the raw data. If any of you want, I can send you the Excel spreadsheet. I spared you that, but it does have comments on a lot of those. And I read through a lot of those comments. One thing to consider as we go forward is the city did adopt, the governing body did adopt a naming policy for what we consider when we name parks. And basically, it will consider naming requests that meet the categories of historic events, people, places, or outstanding individuals. So based on the feedback that came through, as well as our current policy for naming parks, the staff recommends that we keep the name of Avenue A Park, but that we do consider Chester Lewis Park in the naming of a park in the near future.
Do we have a park in mind? Would it be the Pocket Park?
I think the Pocket Park has come up a few times. And I will say in a lot of the comments, there were quite a few that said, people would write in, not just in the comments on this survey, but just in conversation too, that I don't think we should change Avenue A, but I really think we should recognize Chester Lewis, or I think we should name the Avenue A Smallville Park, but we should recognize Chester Lewis. So it was kind of an ongoing theme regardless of what. Not to say there was no one against it. There were people against it as well, but it was a consistent thing brought up to consider Chester Lewis on the next park.
In your comments, Rebecca, referring to the policy, are you saying in some fashion that considering renaming it Smallville would not particularly meet the policy?
That would be, I believe, staff's impression. Yes, there were. If you look at the original petition, there were answers to those questions, but we don't feel that it rises to the level of a historic person. Let me read it exactly again.
Historic person, place, or event or something.
Yeah. Smallville was started in Avenue A in 2012. I would say 2012 isn't long enough. 2012, correct? I would say 2012 isn't long enough ago to establish that as historic. And that's where we landed on that. Also, Avenue A, as a side note, we have a mural that we've already have a contract for and has already begun in Avenue A Park with a stormwater theme. And so there's already a direction going there that doesn't match with the Smallville theme. And there's the copyright possible issues.
Nothing to stop us from designating it Smallville Park for 3 days out of the year.
Right.
Right.
That's true. So.
Okay.
And I know there are more people that want to talk, so if you guys are done with
Right, and I was going to say, I think, and not to belabor the point, we've got that and we've been there, but Chris did approach me and asked if he could say a few brief remarks. And so I said, we think we'd be doing this at 12:30, but
Sorry, Chris.
but yeah, if you wouldn't mind, and
yeah, I didn't think I'd be here for part 3 of city council.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, I guess, by the findings. I know a lot of people voiced their opinion that they wanted to stay the same. That's generally where half the population seems to go.
There is a theme of status quo today.
Yeah. I'm just glad I'm not the most controversial person here today. Or issue, anyway. Now, as far as the historical aspect of it goes, I guess I can see how 7 years doesn't fit into that. And I understand also the copyright issue. Obviously, we've never had a problem with that. Smallville Con, Smallville Festival, they don't deal with that. So I hope that, in the future, I'm not going to give up on this. So I know I wasn't aware of the proposal or the mural part of this. I saw, I think it's Julie Black that's involved with that. I just heard about this a couple days ago. So, I didn't want to step on anyone's toes. I didn't know about the Chester Lewis idea until a week after I put in my proposal to the city. So, I was never trying to step on anyone's toes, and I really appreciate us being able to put this to a vote and see what the community thought of it. Yeah. And, I'm not surprised, but, I'll take a 23 to 22.
There you go. There you go.
Well, even though we don't have the historical basis for it. But while I'm up here, just thank you for listening. Don't be surprised if you see me try to do something crazy again, because that's what I do.
There you go.
Well, I don't think it's crazy, and I think you started a conversation, and
Yeah.
I think there's value in that. I think we made some comments like that back in May when you first met with us.
I guess I do have one question when it concerns Avenue A Park. The Grasshopper Park section of that, I recently found out the meaning of that, and I know when I was here last time, many people didn't really know why it was called that.
Yeah.
And I found out through Reno County Museum that that's based on the infestation of grasshoppers in 1874.
Yeah.
And, I never would have guessed that in a million years.
And I think the 1930s as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Which I understand the impact that had on the community and the rebuilding that took place. I just don't know if that's kind of something that we want to celebrate. or draw people into town for. I still see a lot of potential for a tourism spot when it comes to Smallville Park, but as you've seen with the mural on Avenue A and Main, we do have a spot there with a Smallville telephone booth coming up. So we're already kind of changing the area of downtown. So still, I may propose it again and maybe at year 10.
Yeah.
There you go, there you go.
But as long as I'm here, I just wanted to thank the council, everyone that's left, the chamber, Hutch Rec, Visit Hutch. Thank you guys for doing the proclamation for the 7th year. Had a great festival downtown. Hutch Rec's done a great job with it. It's hard for me to hand that over.
Yeah.
It went into pretty good hands, though, didn't it?
Yes, I believe I did.
You couldn't have done a better job than getting it to those folks as far as a
Smallville
handoff.
Con was a great hit this year. I don't know if you guys saw, but the main star that came to town was down at Smith's Market.
Right.
And they actually changed their name to Smallville Market for the day.
There you go.
But at the second day of the con, he was wearing a shirt from Smith's Market, which, if you were from this area, you think that's pretty cool that this big celebrity's wearing a Smith's Market T-shirt. So he's a really nice guy and had a lot of fun here. And
Good.
I think the crowds were bigger than last year. And I just thank you for your continued support and our renaming every year. It's obviously good for the city financially when it comes to tourism.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find ways to capitalize on that. And the park was one idea. I'll think of something else.
There it is.
Go for it.
Appreciate your passion, and again, we know it comes from a place of you're trying to better Hutch, and that's not a bad thing. I will also say, from a sales background, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's most sales happen after about the 9th call. Most salespeople give up after about the 6th.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple more calls to make, but
Well,
we'll find it.
See me a couple times a year.
There it is.
Anyway, so I might as well just make it a habit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
again.
Chris.
Appreciate it. With that being said, then, and it's not an actionable item, but I think it goes without saying that the park will. Sorry. Okay, Jesse would like to speak.
By the way, this gentleman's waiting for his sunglasses.
Oh, shoot.
Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Reed.
Oh, my gosh. You didn't have to sit back there just to wait for
Oh,
your
shoot. You should have
sunglasses.
said something. Raise a hand. Thanks again.
Yeah, Jesse Juma. I forgot my own address, 2708 Westminster. No, I just wanted, because Chester Lewis's name was mentioned in this also. So, I'm a proponent. You all know I'm a proponent of Smallville, so that's fine and dandy. But with the public input on this, we understand that leave it at the status quo today, like you said. But we are still interested in seeing the pop-up park being named. I have talked to the NAACP and Hutch and Harmony, which we had, come up with the ideal originally. So we do still like the ideal of the pop-up park being named after Chester Lewis. I'm not sure what avenue we need to take, or if we need to do anything to further those steps, or what's going to happen, with that procedure. But I'm not sure if you guys have looked at the Chester Lewis Park in Wichita.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're all familiar that is a downtown, almost
Yeah.
like a pop-up park.
Mhm.
So that's why this also is well with the family also too, with the Chester Lewis family, because it's similar to the park that they have now in Wichita. So
It's really neat with the statues and the water features and things like that.
Mhm.
That park is really
yeah,
cool.
and so that area tends to lend, I think, very nice to the kind of like not mimic, but like similar to that park. And also it does really give us a good avenue to present what Chester Lewis meant, in that area too. So, but I don't know if you may come to me later, or we come to you later.
Rebecca or John, what would you advise?
Well, I mean, I think let's let the park
Or Justin,
kind of
maybe.
unfold and
Justin?
develop.
Okay.
Talk
I'm
about the
sorry. Thank you.
timeline and, yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
Good morning, Justin Combs, Director of Parks and Facilities. So yeah, we still don't have an official name for the park. The whole idea is that as the park developed, as we were constructing the park, that a greater community conversation would happen about a name. We have a generic name now, but it kind of feels like that process has happened or is happening organically. So Really, I think the next step would be just to formalize it. So maybe, you know, we haven't opened bids yet. The bid is out now. We'll open bids on July 9th for the construction of the park. So maybe as soon as we're comfortable where we're at and that the park's going to be constructed and we have a timeline, then I think at this point, really, it's just bringing that back for a formal action.
Yeah.
Would be my recommendation.
Bring it back for formal action for the naming
For the
piece?
naming,
Okay.
yeah. My whole intent was that the name would just kind of grow organically. I mean, we have a generic name on it, on the plans now, Plaza 15, because that's the address.
So that got leaked somehow, because I talked to somebody, and someone said, that's a good name. I said, don't even start it. We've got a couple good names out there already.
Yeah.
15 Plaza, I like that. Oh, well,
yeah.
hold on.
15's the address, and it's more of a plaza than a park.
Right.
They were getting confused with the word park. They were
Yeah.
expecting a playground or something
Yeah.
like that, so we chose the word plaza.
Plaza, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
The Chester Lewis Plaza.
There it is. I like the sounds of it.
I do too.
Once that formal action is taken, of course, then we can incorporate any type of features that would honor, whether that be a plaque or statue or thing, whatever that might be. Okay. Very good. Again, no action there, so let's move on to the next item.
Item 8D, consider agreement with MKEC for water tower improvements.
I've been waiting all day for this discussion.
Hi there, Brian Clinton.
Even the city manager leaves.
Wow, you could clear a room,
Wow.
Brian. My goodness. Even staff don't want anything to do with that.
This is fun stuff. Brian Clinton, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Brian.
Tower number 1 is a 1 million gallon elevated water tank that's located at Avenue A in Adams. This tower needs to be recoated to prevent rusting. It was last coated in 2004. And then we also plan to replace the lighting system as part of this rehab project for this particular structure. Tower number 4 consists of 3 1.33 million gallon concrete tanks, so a total capacity of 4 million gallons. It's located on 43rd Avenue near our new park. The tanks are seeping water through some cold joints in those concrete tank walls. And right now, we're currently maintaining the water level below those cold joints to prevent water loss and also further damage to those structures. We have 2 goals for that particular project, the Tower 4 project. One is to determine what we should do with the interior liner. That liner has failed. The second would be to develop and implement a recommended solution to correct the seepage problem that we're experiencing up there. So we sent out requests for qualifications to 6 engineering firms, and we got 1 statement back, and it was from MKEC. They do have the staff and experience to successfully complete this project. So the proposed agreement that's attached in your packet with MKEC for Tower 1 is for essentially the design and the bidding services of that rehab project. And that contract is an hourly not to exceed for $27,100. After Tower 1 is bid out, we will need to negotiate a inspection contract with MKEC to help us make sure that the project's being painted according to our specifications. The proposed agreement for Tower 4, which is really to develop a concept, figure out what is the best solution to correct the seepage issue. And once that's figured out, we'll come back again with a contract with MKEC to complete the design and the bidding services of that project. So with that, we'd recommend that the council authorize the mayor to sign the attached agreement.
Thus far, are these consultant prices what we were expecting?
Yes, I believe that they are fair. Looked at the hours that they were proposing for the different tasks and the scope that was developed, and yes.
Hey, Brian, on tower number 1, it's a minor thing. Does that still have that come share a space?
No.
We took that off, didn't we?
It's got Hutchinson on 2 sides.
Is that what it is? And will you continue with Hutchinson on there? Or?
That is the plan.
That is the plan?
Or Smallville.
Or Smallville.
I was going to say, we could have a Smallville mural.
But something on there?
Right.
Okay.
Just, and
Hutchinson is the plan.
Just-
that's right,
Hutchinson? Yeah, okay.
Very identical to what we've got up there right
Identical,
now.
okay.
That was also illuminated, and there was some problems with cost of bulbs or cost of getting somebody up to change bulbs or something to that effect. I thought there was an alternate solution. Is that incorporated into any of this?
Right, we do have the lighting addressed, and what we'd like to do is make it less costly to maintain. Right now, that lighting system's way up high, and the ballasts often have to be replaced, and we've just turned that whole lighting system off for the last year.
Yeah.
And, there are options to potentially look at lighting it from the bottom.
Oh, that's
We
right.
may not have enough room on our site to adequately do that, but it's a really pretty neat structure.
Right.
It's got a lot of
Well, you get,
piping, for lack
you
of
get
better
shadows
word.
and all that, it's, yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
I recall
Shadow
seeing
lines.
it in propaganda is not the right word, but magazines and stuff where it did. It was illuminated. It showed "Come Share Our Space" or Hutchinson or whatever, and it sure did look, for a water tower.
Yeah.
It sure looked impressive, kind of pretty. Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay,
So we'll
that's
look at different
addressed.
options, whether to light it from the bottom or to try to get something that's less of a maintenance headache up high.
But we're not willing to consider any other exterior design.
Well, that's really not going to be maybe led by this consultant.
Yeah.
But if there is interest, I guess, from the council.
I just think it'd be cool. I mean, we only address this once a decade, don't we?
Right, about
Yep.
every 10 to 15 years, probably
Yeah.
15 years, yeah.
I've learned my lesson. Status quo, baby. Status quo.
When you say design, you're talking about just paint, because it's already, we're not going to change the tower, obviously.
Mhm.
It would-
Oh,
The
yeah, no,
verbiage or
yeah.
something like that, or
Well, I've just been to communities where they have some cool,
hot cold.
kind of like painting on the,
Have you seen those?
I have
Yeah.
seen
yeah, of some sort. Yeah, I mean, it's not technically a mural because it's not on the side of a wall, but I just,
Every color you do add does add cost.
yeah,
to the
I'm
project.
sure it does. I'm sure it does. I just think it, I guess that bridge may not be there very much longer, but we talk about making that
Yeah.
corridor more
Gateway.
inviting and just
Uh-huh.
cooler, and it's really not a good look right now.
Deborah brought that up in her commentary.
Yeah. So
Gateway.
I just thought it would be
We
kind of a
could,
neat idea.
we could talk to, as we get into that and
Yeah,
maybe
if you
bring
don't
back
mind bringing
some,
it up,
some concepts.
Paint the flag on the side?
we could do the flag. We could do a Smallville mural. We could do a local artist mural. We could
think
do
about the Hutch flag.
something like our city seal. I mean, there's just a lot of things that represent Hutchinson outside of the word Hutchinson, whether that's the state fair or the Salt Museum or the Cosmosphere, and having all that up there. I just think it might be cool with not much added cost. But
I like the idea of public works.
public,
Public Works.
Public Works?
Yeah.
if you want to clear the town.
Public Works works.
I heart for public works.
There you go. Yeah.
Maybe I'm picturing a projection type laser so you can change the messaging every once in a while.
Oh,
It just
yeah.
beams it against it.
Oh,
Kidding.
God.
Anyways, okay.
Brian, we
We've
did
been
some
in too
work.
long,
I
Brian.
think it's getting punched.
We did some work just a few years ago. Matter of fact, when the Come Share Our Space was taken off. How does that dovetail or something? Was that just simply a cosmetic painting thing at that time, or did we not do some?
It must have changed in 2004 because
That was before.
we've not done anything to that tower since I've been working here.
And it would have just been probably an exterior paint.
It was,
Yeah.
yeah.
Man, time flies.
Maybe I did
Yeah.
have. Maybe I did dream that one up then.
15 years ago.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Any more questions?
I'd move to approve professional engineering services agreement with MKEC for water tower number 1 and number 4 improvements, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Steve says. Please call the roll.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave White?
Yes.
Iris de Carvalho?
Yes.
Inskeep?
Yes. Next item, please.
Item 8E, consider Phase 2 design build agreement for intermediate pump station.
Okay, the pre-design is complete and the construction cost has been developed for Phase 2, which is the primary effluent pipeline, which is a 42-inch diameter pipe from our primary clarifiers to this splitter box that splits the water between our 4 aeration basins. We have an agreement for the design build of Phase 2, and the cost is going to be $267,858. With that, we're recommending that the council authorize the mayor to sign the attached agreement. subject to resolving an issue regarding general conditions and supplementary conditions of the contract that our attorney and their insurance company is working through right now.
Well, those supplemental conditions, would they have an impact on the financial piece?
They will not.
Okay.
Same as kind of question as last. How
And
does
I-
that 260?
And if they do, we would bring it back. I don't anticipate them having
Yeah, got you.
an impact on the final cost.
How does the 267, 858 compare to projected costs?
Well, it's a little bit tough to know because this is just the smaller piece
Mhm.
of the larger project. The larger project will be actually replacing those screw pumps
Right.
with some submersible pumps.
Oh, yeah.
So our overall budget is $1.2 million for the
Okay,
project.
so this is a fifth of that or
Right.
thereabouts, and
Right.
and the biggie is the when it
Yeah.
comes to replacing the pumps.
Yeah.
But you had some idea, didn't you, what the phase 2 part would probably cost you?
Not really.
Not really?
Yeah, and honestly, in talking with the contractor and the engineer, you know, their initial estimate was $400,000. As they got together, they looked at a couple manholes that they were able to eliminate,
Mhm.
a couple what we call mega lugs, which is a restraint system for the pipes that they're able to eliminate. So I think that's just one of the benefits through going through this design build process. You know, the
Yeah, no
engineers
kidding.
had designed some of this extra stuff in there,
Yeah.
sitting down with
Okay,
the
I guess
contractor
that's-
across the table.
That's a
what I
third,
was- yeah,
third
Right.
savings.
I guess that's what I was asking. So
You
I
know,
guess
and the
you
other-
were looking at maybe 400 at one point in time
The other
versus.
caveat right now is the trade war that's
Uh-huh.
going on and the tariffs, and that's impacting material costs
Yeah.
for
Material
pipe
cost.
and for steel.
Yeah.
And I know our American suppliers are just inundated.
Okay.
Where's the money coming from again?
Money is coming from the sewer fund.
Sewer fund. Sewer fund.
Right.
Okay.
And we will have to bond a portion of this project out as
A
well.
portion of the 267?
No, not
No,
the
of the
267,
overall.
but of the overall
Okay.
1.2 million. Right.
Well, I move we approve an agreement with Burns and McDonald, CAS Constructors LLC, subject to resolving an issue regarding the general conditions and supplementary conditions of the contract, and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave
Yes.
Iris DeCarvalho?
Yes.
Zinsky?
Yes. Next item.
Item 9, report of city officials.
John. anything?
Nothing.
Okay. Steve.
Well, only 3 pages worth.
Right?
Nothing, thank you.
I hope that was a joke. Okay. Jade, please.
I had a few things. I just wanted to say I was so heartened by the conversation that went down today, the way it went down, the way in which the mayor expertly handled operating a very contentious issue with graciousness, and in doing so encouraged everyone else to be civil. And we don't always all agree in this community about what needs to be done to move us forward. But I think we all feel passionately about moving our community forward and the betterment of it. And just because we disagree on how to do that doesn't mean we don't care. So just wanted to commend you, Mayor Inskeep, for how you ran the meeting. And also wanted to remind everyone that we have an amazing parade that goes down on July 4th. That starts at 10 a.m. On Main Street. So I would encourage everybody to get out and just really enjoy all the vendors and all the fun. And we also have fireworks. Fireworks, is that at 9:30 or 10?
Dusk.
Dusk.
9:45-ish,
Probably
dusk.
9:30 to 10.
Yeah. So anyway, get out there, enjoy it, have a safe 4th. Don't blow anything up.
Yeah. Keep all your
And,
digits.
and you half a dozen need to talk to at least another 100 people each.
There you go. Right. Exactly. Thank you. Echoing the comments, for those that are still in the gallery, for those who are watching this live, for those that might watch it at a later date, we're not always going to agree, and that was illustrated today. And you don't want us to always agree on things like that. So there was a lively discussion. It came to a conclusion, which is what we needed. And so now we'll just move on to business, the next items and so on. So again, echo, same thing. Happy 4th. Keep your digits. John, Mr. Manager.
Couple quick things. Toured the golf course yesterday with Justin and our staff down there. And we had several fairways that obviously were underwater for weeks at a time. And so we're talking to Matt and Justin, proposing to scratch up about $10,000 to buy some Zoysia sod to basically repair some of these areas that we probably aren't going to come back this year. And the idea is to pick kind of from the greens out, I don't know, 10 yards, 20 yards or so in some spots. Go ahead with the Zoysia. Some of the areas, surprisingly, that it's Bermuda that is actually starting to come back, even some of the other fairways. So, but the greens look really well, probably because they haven't been played on a lot this summer because of the several holes closed. So, just wanted you to be aware of that. We're going to scratch up 10 grand somewhere in that budget to purchase that sod, which is extremely hard to find now because there's a lot of courses looking for the same thing we are. So.
Go ahead and say Zoysia again, and Linda,
Zoysia.
I know you'll put that in a minute. Zoysia?
Zoysia.
Not Bermuda, but Zoysia.
Councilman
Thank
Dave,
you.
I love Zoysia because the ball sits up real nice, so we can
Thank you.
hit it real nice.
There it
So.
is.
I really think you ought to go Bermuda.
Here we go again.
You want to start a
Status
fight?
quo.
You wanna
Here we
start-
go again.
Status
Status
quo.
quo.
There it is.
Then the other, another thing, the build grant, the Woody seat, coming along very nicely. Jeff and I had a conference call with the consultant last Friday. We've seen a draft of it. Basically, they want to have that in probably by the end of this week. It's due July 15th. But there'll be a letter that needs to be signed by the mayor with that. But all in all, I feel like they've done a really good job in trying to tell our story the best we possibly can. So,
Oh, man, major prayers for that one. When,
Oh.
when would we find out?
well, we won't find out until December is what, yeah.
Oh, gosh,
they're
we
telling
don't
us.
wait, don't we?
Yeah.
And the county is in communications today as well about whether or not they want to fall behind it or draft a letter of support. Was that what I read?
We've asked for a letter of support. I didn't realize it had to go to before the county commission, but
I
yeah.
don't, maybe I
anyway.
just read the headline. I don't know. It could be. but
Okay, so just
regardless,
for a letter of
it's around
support,
the
yeah.
corner.
So, but we've received probably 20 letters of support.
Super.
A lot of key people that the consultant said you need from this group, and that group. So, pretty good response, I think.
Fantastic.
The other thing in front of you is the proposed 2020 budget. And basically, that is the city manager's recommended budget. As it sits today, that budget calls for roughly $1 million increase between the general fund and bond and interest. And I will tell you, as I'll tell you later, 20 budget was as challenging as past years. I mean, our revenues are flat. Expenses continue to go up, and so with needed capital investment, so you'll have the same challenging conversations in the month ahead. And so the budget right now is in your hands, and over the next 45 days, it's your job to discuss and make adjustments as you see fit to that budget. So first order of business, I think, is to agree on our budget study session dates. We talked about July 11th. 18th, 23rd, and 30th. I think we had a conflict on the 11th, and so we need to determine, and a concern of mine is waiting too late in the month to get this process rolling. So I'll just say that maybe not everybody's going to be at every meeting, but we really need to kind of get this conversation rolling. So with that, I'll just leave it up to you guys. The dates that we had talked about was the 11th, 18th, 23rd, and 30th. We've got some community groups that have some funding, and I also would point out there's a couple of those letters inside your budget book of additional requests, and we need to get them scheduled in. I know one of them we've got scheduled for the 23rd. Another one, 23rd or 18th, wasn't going to work, and so possibly the 11th for that group. So.
And I'll throw out there, yeah, I am the one that's gone, but I do not want that to preclude the conversation or delay the conversation. I will pour over the budget, and if I have anything that I want to add to the first conversation, I'll draft it up, and we can not read it.
John, other than the group that may speak to us on the 11th, what will the focus be on the 11th?
Well, that's entirely up to you. We've also in that budget book is a list of the cuts that I've made from the proposed budget to get to where we are today. One focus, you heard the capital improvement list, the full list a few weeks back. You'll be able to see that multiple cuts were made there to get to where we're at today. So, maybe that's a focus. traditionally, I think council members have individual, they look at the city manager's budget message, pick up on some of the highlights there. You know, we can attack it any way that you would like, but generally, obviously, the focus is on, okay, what are we doing? Can we reduce the budget down to a no mill increase, or, you know, what that might look like? So I really don't have a specific agenda, but that may be something, if anybody's got some thoughts or ideas, we can start, you know, with the capital projects, and you kind of look and see what damage I did there, and some of those may be some of your favorite projects that you want to see in there, and we can, you know, move things around. So,
Well, maybe as a backdrop would be to have you perhaps overview or summarize your budget message to us.
yeah, I could, you know, that, and I would probably plan on just
Plan on
an
doing that?
intro at the beginning of the meeting, just to kind of summarize the process.
'Cause there's
and
always good content.
point out some highlights, but a lot of that'll come probably out of the budget message, which is the very first document, trying to kind of more of an executive summary of what that, you know, book is all about. So,
The July 16th one, 9 a.m. is listed as a city council meeting. Obviously, that's the date. Is that also going to be a part of that dedicated to the budgetary
well, I
session,
didn't,
or-
I didn't have, I think I mentioned that at one time. I was talking about the 11th, the 18th, the 23rd, and the 30th.
Perfect, okay, and the
So-
council meeting will just be the council meeting.
Yeah.
whatever.
Any reference to the study session then, and we're not going to be doing any studies or budget studying?
On
at
the
that point?
16th,
On the
yeah.
16th.
On the
Okay.
16th.
That's
In
what-
light of today's meeting, that might be
Good gravy.
be hard to fit in. So,
Right.
I mean, we ultimately could. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't, but
Are we hearing from department heads, any specific, like different department heads at different meetings?
they'll be at the meetings. There's not a, you know, we're not going to have I mean, that's again up to you guys. Have a specific presentation from each of them, but you know,
Okay.
they've presented their CIP side of things, but they would be at those meetings
For questions.
to talk
Okay.
about anything that's related to their budget. Yes, they will.
Okay.
Might not be a bad idea if you have some things that stick in your craw, or you see something to prepare this meeting, or questions in advance as well. We can see to it that the department heads have those.
Gotcha.
So they can get prepared. Sometimes they
Yeah,
have to find
that would be
answers
helpful.
and
Unless-
things like that.
Yeah, we need to
Okay.
do some homework. So.
Anything else?
The only other thing I want to comment, because the mayor had shared with me some concern about a city policy on picking up after horses at the parades. And the city council event policy, and it's pretty specific, and we've asked the sponsor, not the individual saddle groups, but the sponsor, which would be Eagle Radio and this one, that they be responsible to clean up as the parade goes, you know, behind the parade, and really we're talking about horse droppings. And, you know, there's been talk, well, why don't we use a street sweeper? Well, the problem with the street sweeper, as we all know, if we tried this at home, it just is going to sweep it into the street, and it's never going to pick it up. And so it's not that we don't, I mean, I love horses in a parade, but again, that was a request to the sponsor to be responsible for that. It's as simple as a pickup, a gator, and a couple shovels. And so I just want to clarify that this isn't new or anything like that. It's been in place and seems to have worked for the
And
last
this was
couple of
not
years.
singling out a single organization. It's part of our events policy.
Yeah.
A piece of it that deals with, I don't know if it deals with animals or excrement or both or whatever, but
It's usually all we see at parades is just from the animals.
Yeah,
but,
from the
Right.
So,
Okay, so is this is this parade's sponsor going to be furnishing some sort of a pickup, or do we not even know?
don't know. I just was referring to a comment that somebody showed on social media,
Right.
that it is their responsibility. And we've even asked them to be a little more concerned about the follow-up behind the parade of trash and pickup. And I think they've done that in the past somewhat. I'd need to follow up on that. But it would be my hope that's just part of the, you know, the sponsorship
But we
that
don't
comes
know.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I mean, they've done that in the past.
They've done it
yes.
in the past.
They've done it
and
in the
anticipate
past.
it to occur
Okay.
this year. Okay.
But I will be following up just to
Gotcha.
ensure that that's there. So,
Well, and I would volunteer. I'm not adverse to, I don't know what it would take, a truck and a couple guys with a rake and a shovel or whatever it is, if that is what is stopping people from participating in the parade or whatever.
Yeah,
maybe
we'll-
we can
we'll
find
make-
something within the.
Yeah.
We'll address that during the budget
We'll
session.
get-
So if you get that line item,
We will
Cooper
make sure
Scooper.
it gets picked up one way or the
one
other.
way or the
Yeah.
other. There you go. I'm picturing actually one of our city trucks with some sort of like a parade float look to it or whatever. The
Now,
Scoopers or something.
I'm going to offer this now, and it's too late. Well, maybe not, but in
Should have done
past,
it earlier.
in Dodge City, of course, we had a lot of horses in the Dodge
sure.
City Parade.
Sure.
And it was the city commission's role and the gator and shovels, and it was
Isn't
very
that
popular.
something?
Yeah. And there were a lot of comments.
To clean up.
You know, like my favorite was finally found something you guys could do right.
That
You
you're
know,
good at.
and-
Yeah, I'm surprised they were given that much credit.
yeah,
Yeah.
it was always kind of fun,
It's
but
kind of a
but
poke
it's
at
a
'em,
simple task. We don't have as many horses in these parades as
maybe they did there,
out
yeah.
there, but so we'll,
It's
we'll
just
make
that
sure
you
it
got an
happens.
entire
Thank you
8 or
for
10 blocks
Yeah.
to cover, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
That's
used
all
to
I have.
taking crap, so it
Yeah.
would be
You know, that's the other.
well
so-
within our wheelhouse.
So many plays on words there. Only to dovetail
true.
off the what the city manager said, and I will forewarn. I've had a couple conversations, in-person meetings, with some folks that will be directly impacted by the Woody seat, meaning they are either on Avenue B or others or whatever. And so just be aware that there is some people that want to talk about this prior to any
Okay.
decisions being made. Nancy and I met with them and emphasized that nothing is set in stone at this point. We don't even know where we sit with the grant and so on and so forth. Okay, with that much, how much time do you think we require for the executive session?
We'll just do 30 minutes now. I think you're tired. Yeah.
We're getting a little punchy.
Okay, I move we recess into executive session pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exception, KSA 75-4319B3, in order to discuss issues related to 2020 contract negotiations with the city's bargaining units. The open meeting to resume in the city council chambers at 1:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Second.
Moved and seconded, please call the roll.
Deckent?
Yes.
Dave Light?
Yes.
Iris DeCarvalho?
Yes.
Inskeep?
Yes. Thank you.
See how ambitious they were?